Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are here for part two with my guest host, Dave the Rave Kapolsky here.
Wait a second, it's a little bit after 9 o'clock, Johnny. It's the Relics and Rarity Show.
What? Oh, that's correct. We could say this is the film. Where should you be right now?
You know, I often tell people that I'm a 20-year-old kid trapped in an older guy's body. Well, being that Sunday night, 9 o'clock is typically when my Relics and Rarity show is heard on Top Shelf Oldies. Unless that $5 rent thing works out. But in the meantime, it's the Relics and Rarity show trapped in the beautiful confines of the Vinyl Treasure studio with my good buddy, my host, the legendary Johnny G. Gossard.
Now, tell me. What did you have for dinner? Did you like your dinner?
Oh, let me tell you what I had for. Well, let me first tell you what I played, and then I'm gonna tell you what I had for dinner.
That's right. What
we opened up the show there with a pretty hard to find 45 on the Volt, V-O-L-T, like Stax Volt, the Volt record label. Although I keep forgetting that on this show you actually all saw the record. Johnny held up the record, and he's gonna hold it up, I guess, again before we start the next record. But it was on the Volt record label, as you saw, Volt. 106, and it's by Eddie Kirk. Eddie Kirk, the guy who brought you The Grunt, I think was a record that he did on a different label. But that was his 45, like I said, pretty hard to find 45 on the Volt record label called The Hog. H-A-W-G, Part 1, Eddie Kirk. And as for dinner, Mama G did not disappoint. We had baked ziti, we had chicken parm, we had salad, we had cherries, we had apple crumb, we had blueberry crumb. Wait, I brought the blueberry crumb,
You
though.
didn't eat any broccoli, though.
I didn't eat my broccoli. I was bad. I hope everybody had a nice snooze, had a nice dinner or for themselves or whatever, and we're glad that you've joined us back. And, do me a favor. Call your northern soul, your garage. Call up all your friends. Wake them up. I don't care if you're in England. Wake them up and tell them to go to YouTube, search for Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show, subscribe, like. Go to my Facebook page, Dave the Rave Relics and Rarities. Like and follow that page. This way you always know what Johnny's doing, and you have a pretty good idea of what I'm up to. But we're ready to spin some really cool tunes for everybody tonight, John. I got a lot more monster records coming up. I know Johnny was digging into his box of records, so we're going to have an interesting Relics and Rarities Vinyl Treasure show tonight.
So what do we got here, Dave, on the Montel record label?
On the Montel label, we've got a 45 from, this is from December of 65. Montel Records. That's actually it says the Montel Michelle record label.
Yeah, that was what's his face? I forget his first name, but down Louisiana way.
Okay, and it's a group called The Tempos.
Okay.
And a tune called I Gotta Make a Move. This is a relatively affordable record. It's only $200 for this one.
Okay, well here we go. Let's give a listen.
Let's make a move.
The Tempos. Oh, it would help, Johnny, if you put the thing on.
I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
Some way, somehow, I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
Now things are looking bad.
Looking bad, mighty bad.
Not getting any better. Oh no, you stole my heart
Like a thief in the night.
love now.
You know it wasn't right.
Baby, I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
Some way, somehow, I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
Now things are looking bad,
mighty bad.
not getting any better. Oh no, you stole my heart
Like a thief in the night.
love now.
Knew it wasn't right.
I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
I think I'd better go now. You don't love me anymore now. Pretty baby, I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
Whoa, I'd better go now. You don't love me anymore now. You got me so upset now, baby.
Gotta make a move.
I don't know which way to turn now.
Gotta make a move.
All I know, I gotta move.
Gotta make a move.
Oh, I gotta move now.
Gotta make a move.
Things are looking bad.
Late 1965. Oh, I forgot. My apology, folks. I'm
No,
trying
this
to.
is remember this is the relics and rarities portion of the
Right, but
program.
I'm going to stick to the Vinyl Treasure program.
No, you could listen.
Nah,
man.
no, that's
next
okay.
Next time I put it up there, you could cue it up.
We're talking about, for those that don't understand what's going on over here, you know, I typically, when I do my own Relics of Rarity show, I talk over intros and outros. You know, I sort of like do the style of what I grew up with, those 60s disc jockeys, hitting the post and so forth, as they would call it. But, you know, I kind of like just relaxing over here and you know, and just I'll let the record go without talking. I just kind of lost my mind there for a moment. But that was the Tempos. And I think somebody in the chat room, I'm trying to see who did this here, made a comment. They love that song by the Tempos, Countdown, Here I Come, which I have that particular record. I don't know if that's the same Tempos or not.
What label is that on?
It's on Canterbury, if I recall. I have that record, though. You probably have it as well, Johnny. You know, of course, if Reed, I don't know if Reed is in here or the Bopper Boy. I think I saw the Bopper Boy, because those guys typically, they're up on that. Or if Greg Tormo is back, or
No, it says they're not. No, they are not related, according to Reed.
Right, okay. But once again, Montel Michel from late 65 and a tune called I Gotta Make a Move. Now get ready, folks. Johnny G was moving around, digging into his box over there.
We're not quite going to rotate back and forth. We'll do two records for Dave for every one of mine, because Dave is my guest.
Whatever you want to do. I'm having a
only
blast.
Because I'm not going to. I'll play. I think these are big records that I'm featuring here. I think, and maybe many of you in the chat room would know better than I.
I would know.
Well,
you know,
Dave
too.
the Rave would know too.
You know that they're
But
big.
anyway, I think this, and again, because I have information, because Dave the Rave doesn't have an admin assistant like I do, but I wish I could see this a little better as I move
Charlene,
it
I'll pay you more money.
Charlene is my admin.
I'll give you a
and
raise.
she's actually off today.
Oh, she's off today?
She has a day off. But this next singer is from Greensburg, Pennsylvania. His name is Larry Allen. He has this lone release that came out on Jerry Reed's Green Dolphin label, which is out of Brighton, Pennsylvania. Supposedly there were only 1,000 copies pressed, half of them as Larry Allen, the first name, and the other half with just an L for L. Allen. And maybe the initial copies used were promos with this L. I don't know. But anyway, mine is the L. Allen, and this is from February of 1966. L. Allen, a.k.a. Larry Allen, on Green Dolphin Records. It's called Can't We Talk It Over? L. Allen.
Hold me. Hold me in your arms. Tell me of your many charms. Can we talk it over? Can we talk it over? Talk it over. we talk it over? Can we talk it over? Talk it over, baby. There's pain in my heart. Why do we have to part? You ran away from me. Now I'm on my begging knee. Why can't you hear my plea? Come on home to me, baby. Can we talk it over? Can we talk it over? Talk it over, baby. Talk it over. Talk it over.
There you go. That's L. Allen. His name Larry Allen. That's February 1966. It's on the Green Dolphin record label. Song entitled "Can't We Talk It Over?"
Can't I steal that record?
Well, I don't know, because Reed says that's a 4-figure record now.
Well, I bought records for 4 figures.
No, I know that, but I mean, maybe this was a 3-figure record for me, possibly. I'm not going to say they never paid 3 figures for the record.
If I could find that record for 4 figures, I'm buying that record. That's a good record, Johnny G.
And Greg sold me that record. But wait a minute, you got a bigger record here on turntable
well,
number
that's
2.
true. And by the way, I got to give a shout out to my brother Abe. I don't know if he's still listening, but I see that he sent me a message, I guess when we came on the air, and he says, "Are you waving to me?" So I guess when you first went live with us, you were waving and I was waving my hand. So maybe my brother's tuned in, which would be surprising. But you never know. I did send him the link, and I think he did subscribe to your channel.
Yes, he did do that. I did see that.
There you go. I'm bringing you subscribers.
Yes, you are, David.
And I'm interested.
I hope. Listen, I want my listeners to tune into, if not on Sirius XM, even on Sunday.
Well, no,
night.
Sirius XM is just the one show or that Found This record show that I do on Little Steven's Underground Garage. But where
your
I'm
syndicated show.
the syndicated show or what I may
Sunday
be doing.
night show.
Right.
Maybe you'll be here
once a month. Yeah.
I won't be here, but you can be here.
3 Sundays a month I'll be up north if I'm still going out with her. Hopefully I am. Fern, I'm still going out with you, baby. You're my girl. But this next record, this is a Monster 45. This is a record that I bought, luckily, a long, long time ago. And even then it wasn't cheap. I bought this from a guy by the name of Lou Stanley, who's sells a lot of soul 45s, big collector, Lou Stanley. Haven't spoken to him in a long time. Hopefully he's doing well. But he charged me $795 for this record a long time ago. But this record's going for over $2,000 these days. It is on the Congress record label by the 7th Avenue Aviators, although it did come out on another label as well. I can't remember the name of the other label, but I know Reed or Avatar or Tony Crosby. Somebody in chat room will probably type up the name of that other label that this came out on. I think that both labels go for big money, but I've got my copy on the Congress record label, the 7th Avenue Aviators, and it's from, like I said, from early 1966.
Philtown is the first.
Oh, Philtown?
According to Tormo.
No, that's correct. That's correct. Thank you. Greg Tormo, do you have it on Philtown? That wouldn't surprise me. That guy's got everything, I'm telling you. And I'm glad to have him back tune into my program because I've got a lot of killer records coming up for you tonight, including my most expensive record ever that I personally bought. Greg Tormo probably knows what it is, I'm guessing, but maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of Matt Weinberg, Mr. Fine Wine. I think he knows what my most expensive 45 was that I bought recently. But anyway, like I said, early 66, Congress record label, the 7th Avenue Aviators. The tune is called You Shoulda Held On.
There's been something that I've been longing to say. It's been on my mind for such a long time. I've been trying to tell you. hide it. But still I can't deny it. I've got to be on my way. And all I've got to say is you should have held on just a little tighter. 'Cause when I needed you, you were never there, girl. You should have held on just a little tighter and showed me that you care. To hurt you, girl, is the last thing that I wanted to do. But if that was love that you were giving, baby, well, I've got news for you. Because you didn't know what you wanted. Now you lost what you had. And I'm sorry to say I'm going away, and loneliness is the price you'll have to pay, 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 pay. All right now. Should have held a little time. I'm gonna have to put you down. Oh yeah. Now there's just one more thing that I want you to know. That if you ever really love someone, you should always, always let him know. Because you didn't know what you wanted. Now you lost what you had. And I'm sorry to say I'm going away, and loneliness is the price you have to pay. You should have held on just a little tighter. 'Cause when I needed you, you were never there, girl. You should have held on just a little tighter and show me that you care. You should have held on just a little tighter. You should have held on just a little tighter. You should have held on just a little tighter.
Go ahead.
Yes, indeed. The 7th Avenue Aviators. Whew. Killer Soul 45. And yes, indeed, as Reed King points out, both sides of that record are so fine. So on the next show that I do over here, and there's a lot of records I'm going to play tonight where I could easily play both sides. They're killer. I just want to try to get to more groups, more labels. Maybe I'll flip over a record or two later on tonight, but that's definitely a record. If I come back, Johnny, the next time around, I'll bring that so we can play the other side of the record. Unless I get voted and everybody's screaming for me to play the other side of that record, I could do it tonight, but I'm just trying to get to as many as I can. Although I'm okay being here till breakfast time. Does Mama G cook breakfast?
No, I cook breakfast.
Oh, all right.
I cook breakfast for them.
Now, this next record, Johnny,
Yeah, go ahead.
is a record from 1967. And here's the interesting thing about this record. On my Relics and Rarity show, my syndicated show, I've got, and she might, Charles Ellis might be listening tonight to the program, but Charles Ellis from Staten Island, New York, had asked for a record by Sonny Parker on the Hits, HITTS Records label. And one night while you were doing your show, your 60s Soul show on a Wednesday night, somebody came in and they wanted to hear that Sonny Parker record. In fact, they made a statement in chat. They said, Johnny G, if you have this record by Sonny Parker, Mr. Romance, I would be so super impressed. So I was like, wow, Charles Ellis wanted to hear Sonny Parker. One of your listeners wanted to hear Sonny Parker, Mr. Romance. And actually, I know we flashed up Mr. Romance because I was going to play that one because this gentleman who came into your chat room several months ago wanted to hear Mr. Romance. But I know that Charles Ellis and myself and then somebody here in chat, it was Avatar, actually likes the flip side of What Can I Do Without You, I think it's called.
Yes, in parentheses.
What can I do without you? So you know what? Let's go with that side because I do like that side better.
Okay.
Avatar wants to hear that side. I know Charles Ellis if listening, likes that particular record. So from 1967, once again on the Hits record label, it's Sonny Parker. Again, this is a $1,000 plus record. Sonny Parker and What Can I Do Without You?
What can I do without you? You're on my mind most all the time. What can I do?
Sonny Parker there from 1967 on that Hits record label. And maybe a future show will play the Mr. Romance tune there. But for Avatar 16, who turns out to be Charles Ellis. Surprise, surprise. There it is, Sonny Parker, and What Can I Do Without You?
Well, often, Dave, if people come in, it's interesting for me. After time, you get to know the aliases that come in on the program. It's not that easy, especially when, you see everybody in the chat room and you don't remember. I sometimes have to write it down, but it's good that we have a good mix of listeners for both our programs here, which I think is great.
And I recognize, of course, a lot of the names of people that I really... just saw in your chat room over the years, Rob Balboni, Tony Crosby, Amy, so many. And again, I'm looking through records over here, so I apologize if somebody asked me a question, I didn't respond. But once again, please write down my email. If you have any comments, please send them to me. Every disc jockey, including Johnny G, loves to get emails and comments. My email is dave@davetherave.com. Johnny will give you his email. And don't forget, like and subscribe to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show so that you keep up to date with, broadcasts. You never know when I'm going to stop by to get a Mama G mail, and it's a day that nobody expected I'd be here with records. And let me say also that please go to my Facebook page, Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities. like and follow that page so that, when I'm doing shows and I'm not here, you can see scans of the show. You can find out when I'm on Sirius XM, when I'm doing my syndicated show and so forth. But Johnny, what's your email?
My email is vinyltreasures, vinyltreasures, vinyltreasures@aol.com. Also, if you have any questions or whatever, and if Dave missed any of your questions or whatever, you can email him direct, or you can ask me. I'll forward the information to Dave. Also, let me know if you enjoyed this show here, because we hope to do more of these shows. We
love to do more of these shows,
because we're never going to run out of records here. And so if you like this type of format, you like what's going on here, then please let me know. It's very important to do that. I said the same thing when I did my 78 show. I said, nobody's going to want to hear these. But I can't. I got bombarded with emails from all over the world, by the way, because not everyone can watch the show live. The good thing about YouTube is it archives the show. So you can go back there and you can see a lot of the soul shows that I have done. I get so many people that go back and check the archive. And but again, I don't... Sometimes I don't have the records. I have a lot of them, but I don't have them all. But I try to just try to have fun here. And I get the most enjoyment out of the show, and really it's the only time I get to listen to the records, because I'm doing other things. I'm a caretaker for my parents. I do 3 shows. I run around here. I got my own health issues. I should take care of myself better. I should do that. I should work out like you. Work out like you. I don't even ride the bike. I can listen to Dave the Rave and ride my bike like I used to do.
There you go.
But anyway, again, those of you that are new to the program, if you would please subscribe to my channel. Tell your friends about it. This is a new medium that I've been doing. People ask me, how come you're not getting closed down from YouTube? Because I kind of stay away from the hits. So I sometimes get requests. Somebody wanted to hear what becomes of the brokenhearted. And I was like, I could test it, maybe. And sometimes I used to do that. I used to do a test program here I think Mark Speck, you like that. I used to play like 20 seconds of each record, and people would write those down and then request them later. But anyway, let's get back to the music here. This was a record, those of you that know Greg Surik, so he would sell me records sometimes every week. I knew Greg going back to the 1980s when I met him at it was the White Plains Hotel. They used to have record shows on Friday nights, so you can show up there. And I met him there. He was working for Louis Silvani at the time, and he would bring records to the store that Louis had in Dobbs Ferry. So he was looking for a bunch of records, and at the time they were soul records, and then he knew I found this record at the flea market. He says, I'll give you $2,000 for this record. I was like, well, I don't sell anything out of my collection. But he always wanted this record, and I don't think he ever had this. Maybe he eventually got it. I don't know. But I found it at the Yonkers Raceway Flea Market for a nickel, and I think it's a big record. It's this group is out of Los Angeles, California. It's on the Trudell record label, and they had I think they had 4 releases on the Trudell label, but this is the B-side to their second release, a tune written and arranged by the lead singer of the group. His name is Willie Hutchinson, aka Willie Hutch, and this one here is from December of '64. They're called the Fanatics. The Fanatics on the Trudell record label. It's called Just a Boy's Dream.
No longer shall I stop
called The Fanatics. The Fanatics from December 64. It's on the Trudell record label. Just a Boy's Dream is the name of the tune.
If I had that record, it would be just a Dave the Rave dream.
Okay, well, hey, you never know.
You never know. That's true.
You never know. What's next, Mr. Dave the Rave?
We are going back. This is actually forward from 64. We're taking you now to March of 1968. It's a record by a guy called Jack Montgomery on the Review record label. The record that I think you have and I have as well, I think we both own his 45 on Scepter of Dearly Beloved.
Correct.
Which goes for a couple $100 as well as this particular record. Once again, Jack Montgomery from March of 68. Cool record, though. It's called Baby, Baby, Take a Chance on Me. Jack Montgomery here on the Relics and Rarities show, combined show with Mr. Johnny G, Mr. Vinyltreasures. Once again, for March of 1968 on the Review record label, Jack Montgomery, and a tune called Baby, Baby, Take a Chance on Me. And spend your money on these 45s because it's better than buying liquor. This, you could always, hopefully it'll increase in value over time. Plus, you got the record to listen to. But we're having a lot of fun. It's a Sunday night, and we're here in the Vinyltreasure studio, and having a blast. And people, I want to again thank everybody who's here tonight.
Thank you all for showing up. I think I hope you like the show here, folks, because then we'll do more of these things. We'll try to make it a monthly event. If we get a lot of emails sent to us about the show, we'll continue to do this here, spinning soul records out of our collection others. I'm
going to have a hard time though duplicating another cool shirt.
Well, you got those cool T-shirts.
I was almost going to wear a Tommy James roulette T-shirt, which is pretty cool. I got a couple of those.
You should do that. They don't make them big enough for me to fit into. But
well, you never know, Johnny. You said you're going to be working out, getting in shape. Yeah, right. And we got to keep you healthy because we want to have you around for a long time. And although you know what, sometimes people, the healthy people, sometimes sadly don't wake up the next day also. You just never know when the Lord wants to take you.
There are reasons, but
We won't get into that.
we won't. But what's next? This looks like an interesting, Dave, on
So
the
there's-
Wand label.
Right, on the Wand record label, it's a record that actually, if you notice, was produced by Dionne Warwick. It says Dionne Warwick Production, arranged by George Andrews, and it is a good double-sided 45. So for my good buddy, Mr. Soul Shazam Mark, we're going to end up playing both sides of this particular record. But we'll start off with this side by the Gentleman 4. This is a pricey record, folks. It's a 4-digit, it's a 1,000+ record, but it's a good record. The Gentleman 4, once again on the Wand label from July of '68. This side is called It Won't Hurt.
To lay in one, you've only got one life to live, sweet baby. With all your love, it won't hurt to give it for her. Love, it won't hurt. You know a lot of sweet words to say them. You've got a lot of feeling, oh baby, baby, if you really care, don't hold out no more. Said it won't hurt, no, yeah, listen, it won't hurt, it won't I'll take care all of the time. Don't be afraid, baby, please be running for her. No, you listen, it won't hurt, yeah. No, you listen, it won't hurt. No, you listen, it won't hurt.
Gentleman 4, once again, July of 1968 on the Wand record label, tune called It Won't Hurt. And I'm always amazed at how knowledgeable the people who listen to our shows, at Johnny and in your chat room here, Greg Tormo pointing out that, which I did not know, that this is the guy who knows a lot of things. Greg, so glad that you joined us tonight for this broadcast. But he points out that the Gentlemen 4 were members of Dionne Warwick's church in Newark, New Jersey. That's a cool thing. And Mark Speck points out, which I didn't notice, that song It Won't Hurt is, as Mark Speck from Cleveland, Ohio points out in the YouTube chat room, that It Won't Hurt is another great Pam Lawyer, Laurie Burton tune. And, of course, I have communicated with, in the past, I have not spoken with her in quite some time, but I used to communicate quite a bit with Laurie Burton because I'm a big fan of both her hits that she wrote and, of course, a lot of the great songs that she wrote that never became a hit, but they're hits on the Relics and Rarity show. So they were a dynamic writing combination, Pam Sawyer and Laurie Burton. Of course, they wrote, for example, The Young Rascals, I Ain't Gonna Eat At My Heart Anymore. And the next Rascal tune was, the next single was going to be Baby Let's Wait by the Young Rascals, which is written by Pam Sawyer and Laurie Burton. They were going to try another one of their tracks for another hit, but then all of a sudden, from the live show that the Young Rascals were doing, they were getting this great response covering Good Lovin' live that they went into the studio and they ended up not putting out Baby Let's Wait as a single, but going with that Good Lovin' tune. So just a little bit of a trivia about Pam Sawyer and Laurie Burton, but really a lot of talented songs that they wrote. But there seems to be a big demand for the B-side, which is actually the A-side of the record. Once again, The Gentleman 4. It's a great double-sided 45, which is maybe why it goes for, good money. But it's The Gentleman 4, and it's once again on the Wand record label. The tune is called You Can't Keep a Good Man Down.
You can't keep a good man down. He won't take a lying down. You just can't keep him down. I swear he wanna live it down. You've heard it said you can be someone if you try. But there's some you have seen who barely get by. So you try to stay in the race, but you keep getting doors slammed in your face. Oh no, you can't keep a good man down. He just won't take a lying down. You just can't keep him down. I swear you wanna live it down. So you keep on pushing till you feel like you're in the way. You're in the way. And you live on your dream of making good from day to day. Yeah. Seems a shame, a downright sin to live your life and wait for your ship to come in. You can't keep a good man down. He won't take the lying down. You just can't get him down. I swear you wanna put him down. Even though it seems so much in vain, so much in vain, and you slack off some, cause you feel like you're going insane. Going insane. So you work real hard to reap what you sow, and when you make it big, then it will be known.
Gentleman 4, Wand 45, once again a Dionne Warwick production. I guess it paid off for the Gentleman 4 to be members of Dionne Warwick's church in Newark, New Jersey. You can't keep a good man down. You can't keep Johnny G down. So what do you got lined up for us?
All right, Dave the Rave here. So here's another record that I got this kind of fairly cheap. I'm not going to say I got it for $1 or less than that. I got paid a little bit for this record, but a long, long time ago. And this group is out of Camden, New Jersey. You know their debut single came out on the Herald record label in 1964, which was called A Mixed Up, Shook Up Girl. They would have, that was their first of 3 on the Herald record label. I think then they had one on the Congress label in 1966. Then they signed with Cap Records. In 1968, they had 4 releases. Well, actually, it was before 68. This is their very last release on the Cap label from February of 1968. It features Patty Russell on lead. I think this is an in-demand record, too, by the way, from February 68. Let's give a listen to Patty and the Emblems. Patty and the Emblems on the Cap record label. It's called I'm Gonna Love You a Long, Long Time. Patty and the Emblems.
I want you to understand. I'm your girl and you're my man. With you I go anywhere. You name it, honey, I'll be there. I'm gonna love you a long time. I'm gonna love you a long, long
That's a February 68 release there for Patty and the Emblems. That's Patty Russell on lead. Their fourth release on the Cap record label, and probably their most in-demand record of at least of all the four Caps. I'm Gonna Love You a Long, Long Time is the name of the tune as we go back to Mr. Dave the Rave.
Yes, indeed. And I've got a record for, well, I don't know a lot about this particular record, to be honest with you. It's a recent acquisition. It did not come from Revilla. I still buy records from all over the place. But this is a record that came out on the Born record label. And as Johnny points out, you know, the publishing on this is Jalen Music, which, of course, operated out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But I think the other side of the record is Overcome Publishing, which operated out of Chicago and owned by Jerry Butler. So I'm not exactly sure where this record comes from. I don't even have a date on this particular record, but I do have a lot of soul experts in the chat room, the Johnny G. Dave the Rave chat room here on YouTube, the YouTube chat room. And it's by Carol Mogan, M-O-G-A-N, Carol Mogan, on the Born label, and I just think it sounds like a top 40 type of a record, which is the kind of stuff that I look for. Records that fell through the cracks, that sound like they should have been something somewhere. So we'll give it a spin. We'll see how you like this particular record. Maybe somebody knows something about it. Once again, Carol Mogan on the Born record label. The tune is called I've Got Everything. Carol Mogan on the Born record label, tune called I've Got Everything. And the consensus in the chat room from several people, Greg Tormo, and I think somebody else chimed in as well. I guess, and I think, Johnny, you're thinking also that it's a Chicago record.
I'm just saying, I look at the print here, and it looks like Chicago. I'm trying to think of that yellow label that the, who's on there? The Dandeliers is on something with the same type of print. They have a soul record on a yellow label, the Dandeliers. It just looks like the same print to me. So I think it's a Chicago label here.
Well, it's a recent purchase for me, and I picked that up. I'm trying to remember what I paid for that particular record just recently. Let me see if I can remember what I paid. I think I paid like $300 for the record, but maybe after playing it tonight, maybe the price will go up. More people will be looking for that record. That'll be fine with me. I'll get a good money out of my investment. Not that I'm selling my records. You only make money on a record when you sell. It's like your stock. Your stock could be worth $100 a share, but if it sells, if it drops down and you haven't sold it yet, you didn't make any money on the gain that you thought you had. Anyway, it's our Sunday night get-together. I'm Dave the Rave. I host the Relics of Rarity show. I've got a syndicated show, and, of course, my website is davetherave.com. There's a lot of archive shows. My syndicated show is about an hour long, and it's a combination of a lot of soul, garage, and things in between, some girl groups, some surf. And, of course, it's got several hits in the show because it does air on some commercial radio shows. I do the record, I'm the resident record geek on the Tommy James Show on Sirius XM. I've got a show coming up on the last Friday of the month on Little Steven's Underground Garage at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. That's, once again, the last Friday. The show is called Found This Record. I host it with Rich Russo, that we call the Jersey Guy. And, of course, it's great to be here with Mr. Johnny G tonight, Mr. Vinyl and
discovering all these records.
And listen, they're discovering not only stuff out of my collection, but some of the things that you play. And I appreciate the fact that you're giving me a 2-for-1 which makes sense, I guess, because a lot of these records, you'll play them on Wednesday nights on your Soul Show.
Played them. These records here of yours haven't been, these records haven't been heard from your box. So this is the venue to do it. And again, if you're new to the program here and you like what you're seeing, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Give me a thumbs up if you dig what we are doing here tonight. And we will continue doing this. If you send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com, we will continue with these shows. We try to fit them in here occasionally to do it, and if it works for everybody, we will continue. Maybe, but again, I don't know if we would do these. Maybe we'll do marathons. Who knows? We could do that. We can start it a little later. We can start whatever. We can do that.
You never know what we're going to do.
Really, what could happen is we can, since I don't have any constraints, really, so except for the shows that I do. So we could make it any time. So when I did that Thursday afternoon show, I was kind of gearing myself toward people in the UK to tune in. And I wasn't going to make it really only 50s stuff, but I was getting such a big response with the 50s records. But I could do 60s also. But I could do, listen, I'd like to do a show every week if I could, but it's just impossible to do that.
Well, I certainly love playing records just about any time. I may have to mix it in with the other shows that I do, and I do run an insurance agency.
You are distance from me, but you do come up this way, so that could be a way to work it in on the way back. You know what I'm saying? But you'd have to bring the records with you.
Anyway, it's we're heading into our second hour of part 2, and we don't. Who knows how long we'll go on our part 2? It could be a little bit of a marathon, but normally on my show, granted, normally going into the third hour of the show, I have my star requester, Warren Russell, Mr. Bopper Boy, who typically calls me on the phone. He gives me a great record every week. And, I found a record that he asked for a couple weeks back. So being that I found the record now, and Warren, I'm always afraid of losing the record in my boxes over here. So I thought I'd play a record for Warren Russell. Like I said, he's my number 1 star requester on my Sunday night show. Charles Ellis is saying, well, what about me? Well, you're my number 1 requester on the syndicated show. But for Warren Russell, I've got a tune from March of 1965. It's a group out of Oakland, California. They recorded on the Fantasy record label, which, of course, was a West Coast record label. And it's a pretty cool record that I found a couple months back by a group called the Schillings.
Okay.
The Schillings, and it's called It Was My Mistake.
My mistake, I apologize. I'm sorry by the tears in my eyes. It was my mistake, I'm sorry now. It may makes no difference anyhow. Please believe what I say. You're making it hard for me to pay. I've done everything, but still you won't forget. It was my mistake, I apologize. You know I'm sorry by the tears in my eyes. Please believe what I say. You're making it hard for me to pay. I've done everything, but still you won't forget. My mistake, I'm sorry now. It makes no difference anyhow. Please believe what I say. You're making it hard for me to pay. I've done everything, but still you won't forget.
Sound of the Schillings, Fantasy 45, and a tune called It Was My Mistake for Warren Russell, the Bopper Boy. Cool record indeed there for, once again, March of 1965. As I'm mixing in a little bit of things that are non-soul, got a couple more garage things coming up a little bit later on tonight. Primarily soul 45s for you, though. And I see that we have ladies men in our chat room, in the YouTube chat. They're calling for ladies. You guys like the ladies. Okay. I got a ladies 45 for you with a little bit of a story. I got to tell you that when I had on my syndicated show, I had the Mr. Girl Group. I think you had him on your show also. The guy who wrote the Girl Group book. Clemente. Yeah, John Clemente. And I remember playing this record for John Clemente when he was a guest on my show, and he was like, wow, like I can't believe that I don't know about this particular record. It's by the Sisters McGee. And I think if you're a collector, like looking through, digging for records, you probably see the Sisters McGee on Colpix, which had, you know, a lot of good, you know, garage stuff. It had a lot of good soul stuff on it, but it had a lot of cocky duty stuff as well. And I got to believe that a lot of people maybe passed by this particular record thinking, well, Sisters McGee is like the McGuire sisters or something that would not be to their liking. But this is a record that I was trying to find for a long time, and I did find a copy of this record about 25 years ago. I've never been able to find another copy since. It is the Shebang song by the Sisters McGee, produced by Steve Vanette. And, of course, it'll sound a lot like a Velvet's record, if I recall. But the thing about this record, how I first discovered this record, I mentioned on part one earlier today when we did part one on this combined Johnny G Vinyl Treasure, Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities show that we're doing, that I used to collect video from the 1960s. And I bought a lot of it, and I paid private collectors sometimes good money for, you know, video of TV shows. And one of the TV shows that I bought a lot of video was a TV show called Shebang, which was hosted by Casey Kasem. It was a Dick Clark production. He had a lot of local bands on there that really didn't have a lot of big hits. So it was kind of a cool show to watch, even though Casey Kasem was really a pretty horrible host. He made a lot of mistakes. It's almost funny. He couldn't remember the names of the bands that he had as a guest on the show. But he had a theme song to Shebang, and the theme song to Shebang was what you're going to hear, the Shebang song. And every time I would watch these shows of Casey Kasem, I'd be like, wow, what is that? What is that record? I got to try to find out what that record is. Well, that's what it is. The Shebang song by the Sisters McGee, going back to June of 1965 on the Colpix record label.
Shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, shebang, bang, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang. At 3 o'clock the school bells ring, shebang, bang, throw away your books and swing, shebang, bang, put on your dancing shoes and be my guest. I'll join the party and beat all the rest. Oh, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, shebang, bang, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang. That was fine, girls. Let's try it again. Want a smile on your face, shebang, bang, you've come to the right place, shebang, bang, when you hear the beat, you can't sit down, that's what you want to take the ladies out, oh, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, shebang, bang, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, shebang, bang, okay, let's sing this now, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, shebang, bang, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang. Now tell me when you listen to that beat, shebang, bang, combination, move your feet, shebang, bang, come on everybody, let's get in the mood, that's what you wanna, 'cause there's nothing to lose, oh, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, shebang, bang, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, come on girls, do what I do, 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 shebang, bang, do, 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 shebang, bang, come on everybody, let's get in the mood, that's what you wanna, 'cause there's nothing to lose, oh, shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang, shebang, bang, 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 shoop, shoop, shooba, shebang.
Sisters McGee and the Colpix record label, once again from June of 1965. The theme to the Shebang TV show hosted by Casey Kasem, Sisters McGee, a Colpix record label, number 777. And, you know, Johnny said to me, is that a pricey record? Well, I picked up that record, like I said, 25 years ago or so for about $15. But I've always tried to find an extra copy or two because I hear from my own listeners that collect girl group stuff that nobody knew about that record. Nobody could seem to find that particular record. And like I said, when John Clemente, the guy who kind of like wrote the girl group Bible, when he claims that he doesn't know about the record, I'm thinking, gee, if I could find another copy, maybe I could actually, you know, make some money on that particular record to help fund my addiction of buying other vinyl records. But good luck finding a copy of that record. That's all I could say, because I've never been able to find another copy. Maybe some of our collectors that are in our YouTube chat room, maybe one of you happen to own a copy of that record as well. But there you have it, the Sisters McGee, the Shebang song. And speaking of Sisters McGee, how's Mr. Johnny G?
Well, here we go, Dave. This was a record. And I didn't pay for this record. I went up to a guy, I think his name was Ed Sokol, and our buddy Mike Layton, he said, Johnny, there's a guy up in Mount Kisco, him and his partner, they like to refurbish homes. So he wasn't going to be in the area that long. I think his partner was a carpenter or whatever, and he worked down the city. I think he was a teacher, and he had a basement full of records. So he said to me, he said, look, he said, I have some records priced individually, but everything against the wall was $1 a piece. So I said, really? He said, yeah, they're $1 a piece. So I was piling them up in stacks of, you know, as I think I was able to get about 100 in a stack, and maybe they'd be a little bit more or whatever. He said, we'll put a little bit more on there. So, you know, every night, and I was working in White Plains at the time. I used to work for a company called Container Transport International. I was an accountant back then when I graduated in 1980. So I would drive there from White Plains to Mount Kisco in the snow and whatnot, and I'd come home with a trunk full of records. and a lot of the soul records that I would pick up were from his collection wherever he picked them up, and this was one of them. This group from Grand Rapids, Michigan, they recorded 2 for the Palmer record label, and I think this is their More Desirable 45, and the song written by Richard Popcorn Wiley and Tony Hess. And this one charted regionally. This was a number 13 record on WLAV in Grand Rapids, Michigan. This is from April of 1967. Let's give a listen to The People's Choice. The People's Choice on the Palmer label. It's called Savin' My Lovin' for You.
I'm gonna put it on a shelf, just in case you're in need. Yeah. Ain't gonna give it to nobody else. I'm gonna say my love for you. Yeah. Girl, I'm gonna lock my heart and then I'll give you the key. Yeah. Ain't gonna let nobody in. I'm gonna say my love for you.
That group out of Grand Rapids, Michigan from April 1967, The People's Choice. The People's Choice on the Palmer record labels, Savin' My Lovin' for You.
The People's Choice is for Dave the Rave and Johnny G to play until the wee hours of the morning.
I don't know about that. We did do a marathon show at your house.
We
back
did.
in 2000.
August of 2005.
Of 2005. We were up really late there that day.
Well, I think we've got a good crowd, and I guess if the crowd sticks around, we could always give them some overtime.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think I've cut out of here at least I cut out of here at like almost 2 o'clock a couple times on my Saturday
Sounds
show.
good to me. I'm having fun. I hope everybody else is having fun, and we really do appreciate people giving us their time on a Sunday evening. And once again, love to hear from everybody. Dave the Rave. Well, what's my Dave at davetherave.com is my email. And of course, you reach Johnny G at Johnny, what is it again?
It's
Treasure?
vinyltreasures at AOL.com. That's That's the contact number. Disc jockeys love to get emails from their listeners. I will tell you that much. We'll get a lot.
No doubt about that. And we've got another record here that I know, Johnny, you mentioned to me that somebody had requested this song, and I guess it was not in your collection, just like there's a lot of records you play that may not be in my collection. And that's what's nice. We kind of put it all together on these shows. But here's a record from June of 1966. It's a 45 that came out on the Uptown record label. Might be a group out of Cleveland.
Yes, that's according to Mark Speck mentioned that in the chat.
Mark Speck, Soul Shazam. But it's the group called, like I said, The Entertains, Uptown record label. It's a good record. It's from June of 1966. And Johnny and I are glad you found us tonight here on YouTube. And this song is called Glad I Found You.
Very good. Here we go.
Rave says you got to dig it. Can't turn that record loose, Johnny G. Woo!
Yeah, by the way, the person that requested that was Leonard Mancini in our YouTube chat room. That's L. Lance in our chat room.
Mr. Connecticut. That's a great request there, Leonard. So thank you so much for that one there. Once again, The Entertains, Glad I Found You. And, of course, we've got another great record. But this time we're going to Detroit, Michigan for this next 45. It is on the Thelma record label. And it's another record that I love. I guess, I picked out a lot of records because I love all these records. Paid good money for these records. And I am so glad that all of you seem to be digging on these records. You're making me feel like the trip up to the Vinyltreasure studio was a good idea. So I'm feeling good. Trying to get that to show on the camera there, Johnny.
Yeah, because somebody made a suggestion that if I put a different background behind it, because it's focusing too wide, so that's when I bring it down. It gives a better focus.
So somebody said that we're wide.
No.
I'm joking.
I'm wide, not you. So what happens is with these new, the focusing mechanism isn't good on the newer webcams. The old one I had was great because it would focus in. But this one I have to move. So usually I want it to be on us with our banter instead of just down on the turntable.
Try this. If I give you a piece of cardboard and hold the record up against the cardboard, would that help?
Well, I'd have to do it. I don't know if it. I'd have to do 2 here. I don't know if it'll because it's hard to do it, and I don't want to touch the.
Don't touch my
You
vinyl.
know what I say? So if I did it this way, then I got my fingers there, so it's easier for me to pull it down. I wish I had Barbara here to move the camera. She could hold the cameras, you know.
We need some girls here in the studio.
We need some fluff girls here.
What's we got? Amy, we got Kathy Bell.
No, I need Amy in the chat room there. That's what
Right.
Amy's my good
She gets
I
every-
want her to be a monitor. Charlene doesn't want to be a monitor. I could make I want to thinking of making Daryl a monitor and Amy a monitor. They can monitor the stuff in the chat room. But Amy says she can't be here all the time. And Daryl's working sometimes, so he can't be on every show. So.
Oh, you could handle it. You're a big boy there,
No,
Johnny
listen,
G.
I can multitask.
You're very good at multitasking.
So anyway,
we go to 64 once again at Detroit, Michigan, the Thelma record label, and Rose Batiste had records on was it Golden World also? I'm trying to remember. I know I've got other
yes,
records by
Golden
her.
World. You're correct. Golden World, and she wasn't she on Rick Tick too? I think. Doesn't she?
I'm not sure.
Wait a minute, I'll find out.
I'm not sure, but this one, of course, is on the Thelma label, and it's a killer. I mean, I'm telling you, this is going to end up on a lot of people's wish list, that legendary wish list. So get ready to write this one down as I'm stalling because Johnny G is he's over there. But it's Rose Batiste. Rose Batiste. The song is called "I Can't Leave You." (1964). Once again, Rose Batiste. That's her first 45.
Debut single, that's correct. And she does have a record on Rick Tick, Holding On. Mark Speck mentioned it. I see it on 45 Cat. Then Golden World was next. After Rick
Rose Batiste. Once again, that was on the Thelma record label from 64. The tune called "I Can't Leave You." Now, the next record that I handed Johnny G to play out of my collection, I said to him, I said, Johnny, we're probably going to have to play both sides because I know that people will be asking for the other side of this record because I had a hard time. If I had to only play one side, it was actually not an easy choice which side to play because I love both sides of this record. This is also a pretty big money record, but I love this record. So glad to have it in my collection. It came out in 1965 on the Blue Rock record label. The group is called Big Frank and the Essences. And I think most people probably bought this for the other side, but quite frankly, when you get the 45, you're going to end up playing both sides of this record. But I think I like this side even a tad better, but it's so close. Once again, from 1965 out of the Relics of Rarities collection, Blue Rock label, Big Frank and the Essences, and this side is called The Secret. Big Frank and the Essences, once again on the Blue Rock record label there from 65, and a tune called The Secret. And we're going to definitely flip that record over because, as I mentioned before, it's just got two great sides on this particular record. So as Johnny G flips the record over, he's dropping the needle on the record. Let's get ready. And I should mention, as was pointed out in the chat room, something that I was familiar with. That record, which I don't really quite understand how this came to be, but this exact record not only came out on the Blue Rock record label, but it was released also on Philips Records. So you could find it on Blue Rock, you could find it on Philips. I'm not sure which one is worth more. I know I paid a lot of money for this Blue Rock 45, $600 in case you're wondering. But no complaint whatsoever. I love the record. Here it is, Big Frank and the Essences on the Blue Rock record label. This is the other side. It's called I Won't Let Her See Me Cry.
She said that we are through. Now I'm so hurt I don't know what to do. I won't let her see me cry. No, she wanna see me cry. She won't see me cry. No, she wanna see me cry. There she stands, crying out in her hand. She broke my
Big Frank and the Essences. And, that's why I said I had a hard time figuring out which side to play, Johnny, because I'd play that side. I said, that's the side. Then I'd play the other side. No, that's the side.
Right.
And I'd go back and forth. And, now that I hear this one, I'm like, okay, that's the better side. But I just dig them both. So I hope you all dug both sides of that particular 45. Once again, I have the Blue Rock 45. It did come out on the Phillips record label as well. Big Frank and the Essences from 1965, and that last song called I Won't Let Her See Me Cry.
That's a cool tune on the Blue Rock record label. I got one up on the turntable #1 here, and this was another one that I picked up in that dollar buy, pick anything you want off the rack for $1 as we head to Detroit, Michigan for this next singer. First recording for the Correct Tone record label in 1962, the song called I'm a Coward, but 2 years later he would re-record that song for the Sonbert record label. It would then get picked up by Rick Tick Records. Now, after 2 releases for the Juan label, his very next single came out on the Creed label. That was 1965, a song he wrote called Romeo. He would re-release it, or they would re-release it a year later on the WIG label. And this is how I have it. This charted number 30 on WTRX in Flint, Michigan. We go to September of 1966. Let's give a listen to Gino Washington. Gino Washington, I have it on the WIG label or WIG Records. The song is called Romeo. There you go, September 66 release there for Gino Washington. Gino Washington on the WIG, W.I.G label, WIG Records out of Detroit. Romeo is the name of the tune, Mr. Dave the Rave.
There's a Gino Washington record that I'm still looking for on the Wash Pan label. He had several on Wash Pan, but the one I'm looking for, I think it's called something like Do You Have Soul? Might be the title, and I was hoping that it would be down in the Zurich
now,
collection.
Now, are those the records that didn't he go into the service and then he came out of the service and then they re-released a bunch of his records like on Attack? I think one of the labels was Attack.
There were some re-releases.
Like
I don't think that
Things
Do
in
You
the-
Have Soul was one of the ones that was re-released, though. And, of course, speaking of Gino Washington, I think you mentioned Gino is a coward. You know, there's, of course, two versions of Gino is a Coward. There's the one that was on Rick Tick and several other labels. But then there was the original on Correct Tone, which had a slightly different title. But that Correct Tone version, I happen to have that 45. It's, excellent. I love that particular record. So that's so much for Gino Washington, who gave us a lot of good soul recordings, no doubt about that. John, I got a record that my Relics and Rarities listeners, they will know this record because this is in the category of I can't seem to file this record away. I just love playing this record. Got to play it one of these days on. I think I did play it on a Little Steven's Underground Garage show that I did several months back. A show that's called Found This Record, which is coming up, I should mention again, on July. Well, it's the last Friday of July, and it's 11 p.m. to midnight on Little Steven's Underground Garage. The show Found This Record with my co-host, the Jersey guy, Rich Russo. But I love this particular record. It's like the best $500 I ever spent on a record because I don't think a lot of people know the record, and it's just such a great. It's a garagey or a rocker type of a sound. It's not a soul 45. It's by a group out of Ohio. It came out in 1967, and it's by a group called the Malcontents. I love the name of the group, the Malcontents, and I love the title of the song. It's called I'm a Roustabout.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. They call me a roustabout. That's all they say I am. They call me a roustabout. I travel from town to town. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. I've been to every city and town, and I don't know where I'm bound. I'm a roustabout, and I gotta keep moving on. Gotta keep moving on. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. I've got a girl in every state, and I don't know what to be my fate. I'm a roustabout, and I gotta keep moving on. Gotta keep moving on. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. I'm wondering if I'll ever settle down and live in just one little town. I'm a roustabout, and I gotta keep moving on. Gotta keep moving on. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Malcontents there from the group out of Ohio in 1967. Just love that record there. I think I can relate to that record. I feel like a rebel sometimes. I feel like a record roustabout. The Malcontents, I'm a roustabout on the Gems, GEMS, the Gems label.
But we're not malcontented, though.
No.
Not playing these records.
We're having a
We
blast.
can be sometimes in
and
certain situations.
And again, I hope those of you out there are having a blast as well. We really and truly appreciate you hanging out with us. Of course, Johnny and I, we came on at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We gave you 4 hours of great soul music, primarily a couple garage tunes. Of course, 9 o'clock tonight. We came back on the air 9 o'clock Eastern time, so we are coming up on almost 2 hours, and we're feeling good. Hope you're feeling good as well. And I thought as a good follow-up to I'm a roustabout, it would be appropriate to say I'm a no count. And kind of a funny story about this record, I'm a no count by Ty Wagner with the Scotchmen on the Chattahoochee record label, which came out in November of 1965. So Ty Wagner follows me on Facebook, which all of you should do. Once again, I'm on Facebook. The page is Dave the Raves, Relics and Rarities. Follow and like the page. Well, Ty Wagner follows me on Facebook. So one day I played this song, I'm a No Count, and he actually made a comment. So I reached out to him. I sent him a message. I said, are you really the Ty Wagner? Because I didn't even know if the guy was still alive or not. Well, turns out it was the Ty Wagner.
Wow.
We started conversing.
Pretty cool.
He told me the story about this particular record, and just a couple of weeks ago, I featured this song on the Tommy James Show on Sirius XM 60s Gold, and he was so appreciative. I sent him a picture of Tommy James and I holding his record, and he was so excited that Tommy James was holding his dream in his hands. And he told me about, I said, well, how did you end up writing this particular record? He said, well, I grew up, went to high school in a town like Santa Ana, California, or a little bit south of San Diego, California. And he said, even before the Beatles came around, I always had long hair. People thought I was like kind of a freak, and they would pick on me. He'd tell me like sometimes, he'd be driving and football players would like try to catch up with his car thinking there's some hot chick in the car, and then when he would turn to the left to look at these guys, they'd realize it wasn't a girl, it was a guy. They just weren't used to seeing this guy with long hair, and the jocks would beat him up. And so he was a musician, though. He loved music, loved Eddie Cochran, loved Elvis Presley, Buddy Holly. So he got his group together. One day they're playing out of his garage, and he had a crowd of kids that would come and watch the band play. And a disc jockey by the name of, I think it was Johnny Golden. I probably got that wrong, but there was a local disc jockey that was.
What station did he mention this?
He did, but I don't remember that name today. I don't remember that name. I mentioned it on the Tommy James Show, and the guy stopped. I think his name was Johnny Gunn, actually. I think it was Johnny Gunn, and he checked out the band. He's like, wow, I like what I'm hearing. So he took this long-haired guy that was being picked on by the jocks in school, and he said, look, I like what I hear. I want to bring you guys down to Gold Star Studios in Los Angeles. He knew a producer there, Don Rolke, Ralke, who had records of his own and, of course, was involved with a lot of different records.
Warner Brothers, I think.
So he was on Warner Brothers. That's correct, with some of his own material. Yeah. So he took him down there, and they recorded I'm a No Count, which is basically him saying, hey, look, long before me and my time, when the forefathers came over from England, a lot of those guys had long hair. And so you may think I'm a no count, but I'm a somebody. That's kind of like the message of this particular record. But it's an expensive garage 45, not easy to come by. Hope you dig it. Ty Wagner with the Scotchmen on the Chattahoochee record label, and it's called I'm a No Count.
Gone 7 years ago, forefathers left their homes to roam. Light bright is awfully dim. I'm a no count, just like them. Yeah, I move on now. I don't wanna be around no more. I'm a no count, I gotta leave this place. Giant hole in my shoe, my big toe, it sticks through. Ain't had a haircut in 4 years. You can't even see my ears. They don't want me around no more. Yeah, I'll be once, but you set me free. Said sorry, that's the way it's gotta be. I was so broken up I couldn't talk. Grabbed my things and I took a walk. No doubt, you better move on. No doubt, you better be gone. No doubt, I'll show your face. I'm a no count, I gotta leave this place. I don't wanna be around no more, baby. I don't need your money, honey. I ain't never coming back. I don't even need your Cadillac, baby. I wanna be free. I don't wanna be around no more. I don't need no loving, honey. All right.
Ty Wagner from November of '65 on that Chattahoochee record label, and a tune called I'm a No Count. And I have to say that at this point in time, so just in the last 2 months, the conversations that I've been having with Ty Wagner, I mean, in fact, he calls me more than I would call him, and that's okay, Ty. I love to hear from you. And he's actually recording. They're doing a documentary on Ty Wagner, and he's actually doing some recording and this documentary. I don't know exactly when it's going to be coming out, but an interesting guy and just a nice guy, and a guy who's just a real rock and roll rebel. He's an 80-year-old or 82-year-old guy, and he has never grown up. And if I could make it to my 80s, I probably would be the same way. So Ty Wagner, thanks for our friendship, and that goes out to you. I'm a no count with the Scotchman. Yes, Johnny G correcting and pointing out.
No, I'm not correcting.
I know. I'm just joking. But anyway, one of my regular listeners, and not only a listener to my show, but a dedicated listener to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure program, is a gentleman by the name of Dennis Fluharty. And, he never comes into chat, but I always get this feeling, and he always, confirms that by sending an email, that he's always out there. And I know that both Johnny and I so much appreciate the loyalty that he has to our programs.
That's right.
And I think Johnny said that because I pulled out a record to play a blues record. He likes a lot of blues. I know Warren Russell likes blues. And when I said, let's play this for Dennis Fluharty, I brought this specifically to play for Dennis Fluharty. Johnny said, we did get an email from Dennis. So we know, as always, Dennis Fluharty is out there. So thank you so much. Thank you all. This is a record going back to the 1950s. It's on the Vita record label. Again, it's not super expensive. I think I paid $100 for this record. It's and I did play The Other Side on my last Sunday night show, but I want to play this because this is actually the better side, I believe. This is a Harmonica Slim and Orchestra for Dennis Fluharty, for Warren Russell on the Vita record label, and it's called Drop Anchor, but we're going to drop needle on it. But it's called Drop Anchor.
There you go.
Drop anchor for me, baby. Stop driving me crazy. Drop anchor for me, baby. You got me feeling hazy. Drop anchor for me, baby, and stop the way you done. Let you go out to have yourself a ball, and when you come home you wanna fuss and squall. Drop anchor for me, baby. Drop anchor for me, baby. Drop anchor for me, baby, and stop the way you done. Well, when we were kids we used to play in the sand, but now you're running round from man to man. Drop anchor for me, baby. You got me feeling hazy. Drop anchor for me, baby, and stop the way you done. Instead, you show me how much wrong you can do. Drop anchor for me, baby. Stop driving me crazy. Drop anchor for me, baby, and stop the way you done.
Harmonica Slim and Orchestra on the, how do you say that? Is Vita.
Vita Records out of it's out of Pasadena, California.
Beautiful. And that goes out once again to a loyal listener to both Johnny G and myself, Dennis Flaharty, and as I mentioned, Warren Russell. I know he loves the blues. Probably a lot of you kind of, have that tolerance for that. I'm hoping that the audience for the show that we're doing tonight, and even when I do my own Relics and Rarities show, I'm hoping that they're tolerant of all kinds of good music, whether it's garage, soul, rockabilly, the blues, and I play a little bit of everything, girl groups on my Relics and Rarities show. But once again, that's Harmonica Slim and Orchestra and a tune called Drop Anchor. Now, this next record is from 1969. Now, you all remember James Taylor, You've Got a Friend?
Yes.
You know that record, Johnny?
I do remember hearing it. I was in junior high school. when I
Sweet
heard that
Baby
record.
James.
Yeah.
Well, this is Soul Baby James because this is a different James Taylor. It's a record I'm going to send out to Reed King because I know he collects a lot of the 45s on the Ovid record label, and this is an Ovid 45 from 1969, and it's by an artist called James Taylor, but obviously the Soul James Taylor. Ovid record, once again, it's a tune called Love with Hope.
Yeah, oh yeah, baby. My life is in a sad condition, and I don't know just what to do. And since you put me in this position, girl, oh, I wonder if your love is true. I thought after a while I'd be happy, but it seems it's not in store for me. Still I go on forever hoping, love and happiness I will see. Oh yeah. You said that our life would be different. You said that we would always be as one. But now our lives have become tangled. I sometimes dress in the morning sun, but I believe there will come a day when all our trouble will cease, and we will again hold each other and live in love and perfect peace. Oh yeah, baby, got to do it now. Oh yeah.
From 1969, once again on the Ovid record label, the Soul James Taylor, and a tune called Love with Hope.
Okay, Dave the Rave, as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Again, to those of you, we are having a Relics and Rarities with Dave the Rave here. The normally does his show on Sunday evenings. He is here in the we can't say the No Static Attic.
We're in the Vinyl Treasure No Static Attic.
We need to flip our shows around. Is what we need to do.
Our locations.
Our locations. Well, anyway,
I've been kidnapped. Listen, and I'm okay with that.
Dave may use these studios, for $5. I'm only going to charge him $5 for the use of my 2 turntables and my mixer and my computer there. That's a steal there, Mr. Dave the Rave. But if you're new to the program here, just finding out about it, tell your friends about it. I do 3 shows here on YouTube, and I do a Wednesday night soul show. I don't have all these records like Dave has. I have some in my collection, but I have a lot of soul records that I've accumulated during my collecting career. So that's Wednesdays beginning at 9 p.m., 9 to midnight. And then on Thursday, I do a 78 show, which is really a big response from people all over the world on the 78s. And I play stuff that I thought a lot of the listeners would not want to hear, stuff from like 1944, but they love it. So, and they can't hear it anywhere, so it takes me a while. I don't do it every Thursday. I do it every other Thursday in the afternoon. But they like the sound of the 78s because they sound so clear, especially on the Audio-Technica turntables. I did have 2 Newmarks that I loved. I had them for 15 years. But these are just as good. They're 3-speed turntables, and I got to order 2 more because you never know when you're going to run out of a turntable, and the needles too. But and then I do the big show on Saturday night beginning at 9 p.m. I get a big turnout for that show, and it's basically all requests, and I play those records by year. So what's good about it is if you have a request from 1955, that's usually around the middle of the night, the middle of the show, that I'll play that. But again, if you're new to the program, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Give me a thumbs up if you enjoy what you're hearing, and send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com if you like this duo of disc jockeys here on a Sunday evening. So thank you all for being here. Here's a record that I picked up many years ago, actually for $100. Spence Wooten would come to my house often, almost every week at one time. He is no longer with us, but he would bring me boxes of records. He would leave them here, and most of them were priced. And he goes, Johnny, I want to give you the records here. You have a week to check it out. I'll be back, and you can test them on your player. And I would end up taking a lot of them. And this was one he had in there for $100, so I took it. I think this record might go for a little bit more now, but I'm not absolutely sure. But it's out of Los Angeles, California. It's a female lead with male backing. And it's the group's debut single, their first of 4 for the Joker record label, and co-written by former Valiance and Alley Cats group member Chester Pipkin, and the gal on lead, her name is Harriet Hurst. Harriet Hurst. Let's go to April of 1965. Give a listen to the Autographs. The Autographs on Joker Records. It's called Love's Gonna Do You In.
You may not show it. time you're going to take account of pain, because love is going to and do you in. It's gonna do you in until the count of 10.
And do you
Gonna do you in
step right?
until the count of 10.
And do you
Gonna do you in.
That's the great sound of the autographs there from April 1965. That's Harriet Hurst. Harriet Hurst on lead. That's on the Joker record label. Song entitled Love's Gonna Do You In. They would have two other records, which I do have by the group. They have another one on the Loma label from 66, and they have one also on the OK record label from 1967. But that's a cool tune there, Dave.
I
the Rave.
bought that record recently, and you know where I first heard that record?
Where? Oh, right here on the Vinyl Treasure
On the
Show?
Vinyl
Okay, there you
Treasure
go.
Show. I heard you play it one night, and I had the other autographs record, but I didn't have that particular record. I heard you play it, and I picked up a copy a couple months back for, I think, 15 or 1600. And now I feel pretty good about 15 or 1600, being that Reed King indicates that it sold for $2,950 in VG, and I bought a mint copy for like $1,600. So I guess I got a good deal, Johnny G.
I guess you did. I'll agree.
And you know, the next record, you kind of inspired the next record in several ways, because I bought, you know, a couple hundred records up to the studio today, and you just played a record on the Joker record label. And I said to myself, you know, I've got a record of 45 on the Wand label from 1961. It's by the Jokers. Johnny G, if you look at his expression over here, because what happened was, truth be told, I was involved with the Zurich collection, not because I knew Zurich better than you did, but because Revilla Records advertises on my radio show.
You had the top.
I had access initially, and in fact I asked the owner of the store if it's okay for me to bring you in.
That's right.
So I got you in, and now you're welcome at any time, basically. But you know, Johnny had given me a list of some records to look for, and I said, well, you know, I'll do that, but if you ask me for something that I want, then I'm going to take the record. And I got you a couple good records.
Oh yeah, no, you did. You did get me some records here. You drove them up here. Plus, we did that deal, so you know, so it worked out well. I'm not complaining.
No, I know. But one of the records
I'm
that Johnny asked about was the Jokers on the Wand label, because one of the sides that he's going to play after the first side is a great record for his Saturday night show.
Right.
And I like it too, by the way. I mean, I admit it's a good quality record. Of course, the other side is a soul record, or more in that vein anyway. Mm-hmm. And it's, once again, from 1961. It's a hard-to-find 45. It's the Jokers on Wand. And the first cut we're going to hear is a song called So Tight. And then I'm going to let Johnny G introduce and talk about the second side of the record, because that's the side.
This is the A side.
Right, So Tight is the A side.
All right,
so let's give it a spin.
The Jokers.
Hey, come this best in a brand new dress. Look, man, ain't it a mess? It's so tight. It's fitting her just right. Just look at her walk. Ain't that a sight? Hey, come this best in a brand new dress. She could win an immortal contest. It's so tight. It's fitting her just right. Just look at her walk. Ain't that a sight? And let me tell you now, look how it's fitting her around the waist. She can't hardly walk because she's got no space. Look how she's making all the traffic stop. She's making every sane man throw his top. Look at that fine man up the street, removing his glasses and he's trying to peep. Look how she's knocking all the fellas dead. She's making their eyes pop out of their head. It's so tight. It's fitting her just right.
The Jokers from 1961 on the Wand record label, a Luther Dixon production, and a tune called So Tight, and that's 45. That's kind of a pricey record, and of course I wish I could find a second copy for my good buddy here, Johnny G. I almost wish that it didn't have that Isley Brothers kind of a sound, which is kind of weird. I mentioned to Johnny, it reminds me of the Isley Brothers, and then about 30 seconds later in the YouTube chat room, Warren Russell from Medford, Oregon, he made that comment also, and Randy Price agreed. Yeah, it does have that Isley Brothers type of a sound. Of course, the other side of the record has got the Johnny G Vinyltreasure sound. So go ahead and talk about the B-side, Johnny.
So anyway, I'm looking at the writer credit on this. So there's a record by the Avons. They are a group out of Inglewood, New Jersey. They recorded for the Hull record label, and one of their later records, released in I think it came out in August of 1961, was a song called "Whisper Softly." So I went to 45 Cat. I don't see a month. This is one number 111. So 45 Cat. I really question their dates, but I don't question it's probably 61, but when in 61? Because I'm now thinking possibly this is the first press of the song Whisper. So I don't know, because both sides are written by Cristobal Breland, who might be a member of this group, by the way. But this was on my want list for a long, long time, and I knew when Surik said he did have a copy of this record. He had one in his personal collection, but he picked one up, and I forget who he sold it to, but he sold it to whoever for $1,000 is what he paid. So you got a good deal on this record. But it's a great record, and it was, it's in my top. It's in my top. I think you asked me for 30 records that day. I think we first talked about 30 records.
Well, I was trying to get as many as I could for you.
You couldn't tell me. At first you couldn't tell me. You said, "Johnny, do me a favor. Give me 30 records that you like, or that you're looking for on your want list." So you knew what my top one was.
And we had no idea what the pricing was going to be like.
And we didn't know anything. Right. So anyway.
I mean, as it turned out, the group harmony prices, they're good.
No, listen, I cannot argue with that.
If you buy solo, Johnny will tell you, you're paying top dollar.
I've been there 8 times already. I mean, all the good stuff is gone, of course.
Well, there's still good stuff. But
there is. There is good
But I know
things.
you're saying a lot of the records
I'm talking about the big records, because I bought a big record there. I bought the 5 chimes on the Betta label. That was a big record. That was the most I ever paid for any 45, and that was not known to exist, although that record was verified by Val Shively as being an original. So, but there were other people that were there, but we were there. We had a good time with Val, me, and you.
The fun that we're having here tonight is kind of like what takes place at Reveal.
Right,
we're taking turns on the turntable, listening to things. We're finding records that we've never seen before. And the money is flowing out of our pockets because, and it takes a financial dent out of us, but, it's what we love, and we figure that we're never going to see these records again, so we're buying. I mean, I don't want to get into exact because
we shouldn't get into exact,
but let's just say that we spent a lot.
I had to go to my, I'm not making big money like I used to, because I'm retired. I get paid by the state, and I get peanuts paid by the state, but thank God I don't have to collect my Social Security, but I had to take out of my retirement fund, put it that way, to buy some of these records, because this collection was a tremendous collection, and I knew Greg for many, many years, but I never thought that he would have all these records. And then when I said garage records, I mean, he liked rockabilly and he had blues records, but when he had garage records, I'm going, what's going on here? And I was shocked. But anyway, let's give a listen to this record, because I really like this record. These are the Jokers, and this might be the first way. This might be the original way. It's the Jokers from 1961 with a song entitled Whisper.
Yes, indeed, dear. That is a great record, Johnny. It's by the Jokers on the One record label. And if only the microphone was on while that record was playing, because Johnny is singing, "Give It Up." He's looking at me, "Give it up, give it up." He wants that record out of my collection. He wants me to give it up.
You never know, because I have 12 to 7. I have 12 to 7. We can. That's like a $500 record. I have to give you another one too, maybe. And the Outlaws. And maybe I have to give you 2.
The Outcast, wasn't it?
Oh, the Outcast. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, listen. Keep it in your collection. I know where one is, so we'll do it that way.
I could bring it up every time.
There you go. That's
The Whisper is the song, and of course we played earlier the other side of the record called "So Tight," which does have that Isley Brothers sound. But that's
I think
the Jokers,
Warren mentioned it. Yeah,
the Jokers and Randy agreed. And of course, I mentioned it to you privately as well. But that's the Jokers out of my collection on the Juan label from 1961. Well, I mentioned earlier today, Johnny, that I brought up 2 of my most expensive 45s, and in part 1 earlier today, I played the record by Bobby Wisdom.
That's correct.
On the Out of Sight record label, a record that I paid $4,000 for. Handwriting on the Wall. Now I bring you my most expensive 45.
Okay.
It's and it's on again. It's on like the holy grail list of like Northern Soul collectors, and it's amazing that I don't know anything about this guy except for this one particular record. I don't have any prior history on him or anything else what he did, but the artist's name is Chuck Cockerham. And, of course, it's on Mark Speck's favorite label, one of his favorite label. He loves the Amy Malabelle label. This is on Mala Records. And to be honest with you, because I have a lot of appreciation for our listeners, I know, Johnny, you and I both have that appreciation. When I saw this record, I played it. I liked it a lot, and I said, okay, Mark Speck is going to love this record. And then when I took it up to the front, as you know, we bring our records up and they price the records for you, because I wasn't looking, had no idea that this record was $5,000, but I liked it. I'm, as you said, very impulsive, and I was sort of inspired because we always like to get great records that we know our listeners are going to love. So I love the record. I knew that Mark Speck would love the record, and I hope a lot of people love this $5,000 investment of mine. But nonetheless, I like it, and that's really mainly what counts. It is from 1969, early 69 January. My most expensive 45 now being revealed on the Mallow record label. Once again, Chuck Cockerham, and a tune called "Have I Got a Right."
Have I got a right to hold your hand? Have I got a right to be a lovely man? Without your hand to hold, I'd lose my self-control. All I need to know is that you love me. Have I got a right to make you cry? Have I got a right to dry your weeping eyes? Each time you shed a tear, I age 100 years. Just dry your eyes and say you love me. Through all my lonely days, I needed someone to guide me. Heaven must have sent you from above, 'cause I felt your love deep inside me. Have I the right? Have I got a right to lead the life I choose? Have I got a right, or was I born to lose? Don't take your love away, I need you night and day. I'm lost if you don't say you love me. Through all my lonely days, I needed someone to guide me. Heaven must have sent you from above, 'cause I felt your love deep inside me. Have I the right?
early '69. Chuck Cockerham on the Mallow record label. Tune called "Have I Got It Right?" So, there was Northern Soul, Holy Grail, 45's, and there's a lot of them. And trust me, that I don't have nearly all of them. Johnny G doesn't have all of them because I don't think anybody has them all. But we give you a lot what we can give you out of our collections. And again, we thank all of you for tuning into the program, and hopefully everybody's having a good time tonight. In fact, let's see here. I see Mark Speck says, next song also known as "I Don't Want to Lose You" by Steve Mancha, which I remember reading the controversy about this particular record. It's a record by John L. Brown with the Rayettes on the Like It Is Record Productions Incorporated. And this record, as Mark Speck points out, Mr. Soul Shazam Mark, this record also came out by Steve Mancha under the title of "I Don't Want to Lose You," and they're the exact record. But I want you to hear this record because nonetheless, it's a really fine record. I know Leonard Mancini, Miami Santi, I'll send it out to the two of you, and to everybody who just digs a nice sweet soul kind of a sound. John L. Brown, I don't have a year on this particular record, but I think Mark Speck said it came out, was it 69? No, that was the other one. I don't recall, but anyway, just take a listen, enjoy it for what it is. John L. Brown with the Rayettes. "I'm Losing You" is the title on Like It Is Record Productions Incorporated.
Say I love you, you say you don't believe me. You should claim that I don't love you, and that you want to leave me. But I'm just here to tell you, never ever will I want to let you go. 'Cause I in my heart for you is so true. But tell me, honey, what can I do when you want us to part, just breaking my poor heart? You should have warned me from the start. I don't wanna lose. I don't wanna. Devotion, can you honestly say that you can cast my desire for another? Oh, baby, I don't wanna lose you. Your sweet
I Don't Want to Lose You. Indeed, they're on that Like It Is Record Productions Incorporated label. And again, connected with a Steve Mancha record. And I know 45 Cats got a whole write-up about that particular record, which is basically the Steve Mancha record, although released later on by under the name of John L. Brown with the Rayettes. I'm Losing You. But nonetheless a good record. I hope you enjoyed that record there. Once again, John L. Brown from, I don't have the year on that particular record, but enjoy the record. And don't forget that I'm Dave the Rave, and my show is Relics and Rarities. I do shows, syndicated shows. I do things on Sirius XM Radio with Tommy James, Little Steven's Underground Garage. And, of course, I'm a guest today with Johnny G. You know him as Mr. Vinyltreasures. He's got this beautiful studio up in the real No Static Attic. I'm wondering, the intro to my show, Johnny, talks about using my mom's clothesline as the antenna. Now, do you use Mama G's clothesline as your antenna?
I don't know what I use here. Well, there is an antenna right over there. If you see it, you see the wire over there. There's an antenna.
So maybe that's Mama G's wire.
I don't know. She hasn't hung clothes out there for a long time.
But she sure can cook.
She still can cook.
She can cook.
And cook well, yes.
And she's a big fan of your show. As we went down for dinner, she's there with her, tablet. She's watching the shows.
She wrote down everybody that showed up in the chat room. She wrote your names down, and she knows you all. She always asks, "Where's Tony Crosby from the UK? We haven't seen Tony." And Tony comes in when he can, and other people there. So she's concerned about it when nobody shows up there, or the people that she sees all the time. Because I do have many regulars that come in. And the Saturday show is the big show, as we had over, with the first show that we just aired, we had over, I think it was 500, it was like 564, something like that at least tuned into the program. So YouTube gives me like averages, and some people just, they see it and it'll register an IPS address. I don't know who they are, but those of you that only are signed into YouTube will show up in the chat room. That's how it works. But if you're not, because you can't click like if you're not signed into YouTube. You have to have an account. Usually Gmail is a way to do it. You can create an account via Gmail, and then you can comment, because I get people that make comments on the show. Sometimes they give me requests. Charlene hates that. She hates reading requests in the chat room. And I have to remind her, and sometimes she has to go back, and especially if I do like a 4-hour show or whatever, it's hard to go back to read a lot of the stuff.
I know that if I'm getting a request, it's really best it comes in an email, because when I'm doing my show, I'm typically not even looking at the screen. I'm looking on the floor, I'm on the table, I'm on the island in the kitchen, because I've got 45 scattered all over the place.
And as you know, even with your chat room, that sometimes you're going to miss something, because especially when you're playing records. If you do if you're dragging an MP3, it's different, because you can monitor your chat room a lot easier.
Well, you're looking at your computer, because all your records are right there on your computer.
So I'll miss it. So my mother will call me on the phone. You forgot to say hello to whatever, or goodbye to whatever. At least she's monitoring that for me.
Well, let's see. Who haven't we said hello to? Rob Balboni.
Well, we still have
Rye Guy's Garage. Daryl Letts.
Well, he left. But there's still people there's a lot of people in the chat room there. It says there's 49 in the chat room there. So
and we definitely appreciate that.
We've had 396 that are either tuned in or have tuned in this evening. And it gives me an average time and whatnot. So it was the first part one was very successful. There were a lot of people and I'm just saying that there were a lot of people that we hold their interest. We try to make it interesting. We talk about our experiences with these records in our collection. So
I feel like I might be able to get like a degree hanging out with you. I could get like an associate's degree for babbling, because you always say I babble on.
It was funny. No, what happened was I do. So here's what happened. So when I was on the other network, I used to, and I wasn't on YouTube, so I would record the show. So I would make copies and I'd send them out to people they wanted them. So whatever it was, Spence says to me, "Johnny, everybody loves your babbling." I would say that. So, and they said they like to hear the stories that you have, and I have some stories of the records, of course, as well as you do too. So they like to hear that, and not that I like to do a lot of talking. There was one guy that said, "Why don't you just play the music?" I said, "Well, you can go to the radio. You can go to Pandora. Pandora will sit there and they'll just play records that you like, but it's like different. It's personable, so the people get used to you." And then when my show gets blocked out for a hit, because I'm dealing with a platform. I mean, knock on wood, we haven't had any notifications from the copyright police. We call them the copyright police, and Amy's been so great because when the copyright police comes in, she has suggestions on what to do. You see there's a little heart over there? There's a heart at the bottom of your chat. If you click that, when I get a copyright notification, it distracts the artificial intelligence. So it may allow the record to play. A lot of people use gimmicks. When you listen to the record, if you listen to any song on YouTube, it's like slower or faster. That's so they don't recognize the song. When I run into complications is when it picks up an international song, or it tells me you played I've Been Seeing You by Bing Crosby. I said, excuse me? I said, that was a black vocal group from 1958 with You Cheated on the Tender label. They said, oh no, you played I'll Be Seeing You by Bing Crosby from 1942. I said, I did not. And if you don't believe me, go look at the video and you'll see the stupid 78. And they shut the show down. And I said, you can't do this. You can't shut the show down for that because your artificial intelligence is wrong.
I'm Johnny G. Do you know who I am?
You get nobody, but that's the problem. I'm telling you, if anybody followed, what is it, Rockin' Chick or Me Mad Music, who posted thousands of songs of records that he has sold for a bunch of people, they took that site down. So on Facebook, I saw people, what did they do to that website? They took it down. I said, because you can't play any Buddy Holly. Norvajack Publishing for, what's his name? Who was the publisher for Buddy Holly there? I forget his name. I'm thinking
Norm Petty?
Norm Petty. You can't play anything for Norm Petty at all because they'll shut you down. He doesn't want it. They are the owners. And other people. It should be interesting, Dave, after the show. Well, actually, we got the copyright notification already. I didn't see how many we had, but it said that this show that we did for part 1 could not be aired in Belarus or Russia. Okay.
Yes, I guess I'm not getting a Russian girlfriend.
Well,
I got a girlfriend
but
anyway.
I have Russian listeners.
Oh,
they come
okay.
into the chat room in Russian. Can't. But they blocked it there because I guess of the war or whatever. That's the ruling. But, so they have all these rules and they own the content. I'm not paying them and I'm not making any money, very little, if anything. And if I get one copy, not a copyright, it's if the owner says, you know what? We're really happy you played our record and that everybody can hear it, but we want all the money of the advertising. I said, fine, but just don't take the show down. We prepared all this to do the show. Don't take it down. But that's what they do. So.
Well, let's hope they don't take this show down because it's a real thrill and a real honor. Again, thanks for having me up here. But
for all these great records here.
Got a lot of great records to go if people want to stay with us. Beverly McKay. Beverly McKay had a record that I know both of us have owned for a long time on Old Town Records. Came out in March of '63. A song called "Baby You're So Right," and I played the other side probably more. You better believe me. But I really did not know that there was a second Old Town. This is her second one on Old Town, which came out a year later, March of 1964. And I got to tell you, it's a great record. I love this record, and I hope you dig it too. So we're going to give it a spin. Once again, Beverly McKay from March of '64 on the Old Town label. And this side is actually the B side of the record. It's called "Say It With Feeling."
Treating you right, 'cause I won't love you kisses, just like I did before. If I can't have 'em, baby, I'm gonna walk out that door. If you don't tell me that you love me and say it with feeling, oh, any day now I'm gonna be on my way. You know a girl needs to have her man. No, she's living, oh yes she does, and always thank her for every little joy she's giving. You wake up one morning and find that I'm gone. Still you'll be wondering, baby, why I left you all alone. If you don't tell me that you love me and say it with feeling, oh, any day now I'm gonna be on my way. Any day now I'm gonna be on my way. Baby, baby, baby.
Beverly McKay on that Old Town record label from March of 1964. I dig the record.
That's better than her first record.
It is a good record, I got to tell you. Say It With Feeling, once again, Beverly McKay. The next record, this record has skyrocketed in price.
I'd say.
I forget what I paid for this particular record, but I can tell you that if I paid $600 or $700 for the record, this record seems to be going easily for over $1,000 these days, and just popular on that Northern Soul scene, which really is, as you know, Johnny, what kind of drives up the prices of these 45s. And this is a 45 that came out on the Congress record label by Richie Adams. 45 that came out in December of 1965. I know this is a listener requested this. It might have been Leonard Mancini who requested this particular record, but it's certainly popular with many, many people. Richie Adams, and the tune is called I Can't Escape From You.
I can't escape from you, baby. You're messing up my mind. You stop me in my tracks, and I just can't relax until I make you mine. I try to play my emotions inside, but just know me, baby. There's nothing I can hide. No, 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 I can't escape from you, baby. You put a spell on me. You got
Richie Adams, of course, he was the lead singer of the Fireflies, and he had a lot of very cool records that came in on the Congress record label. That one particular record skyrocketed in price because it got embraced by the Northern Soul people, but he had a lot of good records there on Congress. And once again, that's a tune called I Can't Escape From You. Richie Adams from December of 1965. I want to give a shout out, by the way, to somebody not in our YouTube chat room, but a dedicated listener to the Relics and Rarity show, Cheryl Thompson, sending me some messages.
Very
she
nice.
said that she bought the Beverly McKay record. She buys, what she does is she hears the songs that I play, and she buys them in the iTunes store for like $1.29.
Okay.
So,
Well,
but she buys a lot of cool records. So, Cheryl, thanks for listening. And
Yeah,
you must
Cheryl,
have,
thank you.
Must have a great MP3 digital collection. So, and it's great to hear from you, Cheryl.
Yes, Cheryl. Thank you for that. Let us continue here. Johnny G got a 45 here up on the turntable number 2, as this is the. Let me see. This is the debut single for this gal. Her name is Margaret Mandolf. And she had 2 releases on the Planetary record label. She was managed by at the time, he would have been, I guess, the future lead singer for a 70s group called Bread. And that would be David Gates. I think he managed this Planetary label for, what was this? Is it Dot Records, maybe? I forget who the parent was for this, but they put him in charge of this label, Planetary Records. And he discovered this gal, and this is from December of 1964, and the tune written and produced by David Gates, her first of 2 on Planetary Records. Let's give a listen to Margaret Mandolf. The song is called If You Ever Need Me, Margaret Mandolf.
Why we ever broke up, my
December 1964 release there for Margaret M with a Mandolf, not Randolph, Mandolf. That one there for on the Planetary record label. If You Ever Need Me is the
I
name of
need
the
that
tune.
record, I think.
Maybe you do.
I don't think I have that record. But
I bought this from Barry, I think.
And so many of the Planetary records were just so good. You know, I love the ones that who did Shindig?
Barry,
Dorothy Berry.
Dorothy Berry, yes.
Dorothy Berry, like Shindig City, for example.
right.
I mean, a lot of good tunes came out on Planetary Records, and David Gates, I thought, did a really good job with the label, and of course, just a talented individual. So that's one I'll have to put on my list there. I don't think I have that, but when I get back to the Relics of Rarities vault, I'll check, possibly, but doubtful.
Distributed by Dot. You see, I was right. There you go.
It's our Sunday night Relics and Rarities Vinyl Treasure duo. The two of us putting our record collections together and spinning records. And again, as I've said many times, it's great to get to know some of your listeners and some of my listeners, to get to know you, Johnny G. Yep. And you know, like I said, we'll have to do some more of these shows because it's just a blast. You know, I'm gonna play. I know you said the Copyright Police. You know, they don't like to play a hit record, but I'm going to pick a hit. Okay, so it wasn't a hit record, but it was a 45 that's on the Pick a Hit label.
But you played a hit record earlier, HITT, on the hit label.
Right. So this is that
Right.
was the
Wasn't that on-
Sonny Turner.
Right? Didn't you?
Yes. This is another Pick a Hit record.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, I didn't quite remember the record, but when I was just looking through 45s, trying to figure out what to bring up to the Vinyl Treasure studio, I saw this record from Bobby Sanders on Pick a Hit label, and I slapped it on for about 20 seconds, and I said to myself, this is just a stone cold killer, a stone smash. I think everybody, including myself, I can't wait to hear this on the Vinyl Treasure studios. It's a record. I don't really have a year on this particular record. And the weird thing is, if you go to 45 Cat, as I know Johnny likes to look at 45 Cat, well, guess what? Nobody owns this record, but only one person wants it. Now that I'm going to play the record, I think there'll be more than one person looking for this record, but nobody owns it, and there's only one want, no year. It's Pick a Hit number 100, and The Way I Feel is actually the B-side of the record, but I think it's the better side. So it's Bobby Sanders. Write it down. I want to see it on that legendary wish list of all of you. Put this record down. Bobby Sanders, The Way I Feel.
The way I feel about you, baby, it just ain't right. The way I feel, Lord, honey, shucks, it's out of sight. It's out of sight. I cannot sleep, I sleep at night, and I cannot even eat a bite. So let me hear you say yeah. Baby, ooh, you got the power. I want you to try me. They try so hard to keep us apart. Oh yes they did. They try so hard, but it was true love right from the start. Oh yes it was. You know that joy. You do, but all of your friends, say it don't mean a thing.
got to dig it there. Can't turn that loose. You don't dig that, you got a hole in your soul. That is Bobby Sanders, and Johnny G's going to check the delta to see if we come up with a year, if there is a delta on the dead wax of that particular 45. But that is a stone killer. I definitely got to play that record on Sirius XM radio for not just the Vinyl Treasure, Relics and Rarities audience, but got to get that played on Coast to Coast because it's such a great record. I told you all, I warned you that it was a killer. Bobby Sanders on the Pick a Hit label, a record that, well, it basically went nowhere, but it's a hit on Relics and Rarities. It's a hit on the Vinyl Treasure show tonight. No delta, Johnny says. So you really can't come up with a date. I mean, it sounds like a 1966 type of a record.
65, 66.
Right.
I would say 65, 66.
Bobby Sanders, and it seemed that people in the chat room agree it was just a great, cool soul 45. So hopefully, and that was, believe it or not, I got a steal on that particular record. Actually, I don't know what I paid for that record.
Who'd you get this from, you remember?
What's that?
Who'd you get this from?
I got it online. If somebody from England, I'd have to go through my sales on Discogs or eBay to see what I paid for that record. But if I paid a lot, I don't care. I love the record. Bobby Sanders and The Way I Feel. You know, it's probably a money record. And if not Johnny, well, guess what? The next record, that's definitely a money record, the next record.
For sure.
It's
literally, it's a money record.
It's on the Money record label. It cost me $500 from 1965, a record that originally came out on a local label called Safe Records, Safe 911. But this is it was picked up by Money Records.
Okay.
It's from 65. And I want to just say this, too. For this occasion, honest to God, and my Relics and Rarities listeners will tell you, I pulled out 45s from my collection that I've never played on my Relics and Rarities show.
Well,
some records I have played on Relics and Rarities, but a good many of these Soul 45s, I just never got around to getting to these 45s, so it's kind of like an exclusive for our little get-together.
That's right.
But this is on the Money record label. Like I said, originally released on the Safe record label from 65. It's by Bobby Rowe, R-O-W, Bobby Rowe, and the Englishmen, arranged by Arthur Wright. And the tune is called Why'd You Put Me On?
You promised me you'd love me so. Now you tell me that you wanna go. How could you do me wrong? You say you love me, now you say so long. Why'd you put me on, girl? You say you love me, now you're gone, girl. Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? It's a sin to tell a lie, to love more than just one guy.
Money 45. That's the record label. And, of course, it was a fairly expensive record there for that particular record there. Although, nice clean copy for $500. No complaint. Bobby Rowe and the Englishmen in a tune called Why'd You Put Me On. Coming up on the midnight hour, Johnny.
Yeah, we are.
How's our audience doing? Everybody okay with continuing into a little bit of overtime? Or you could be honest. You could all say that you want to go to bed and we can shut it down, and I'll bring some of these. I got a lot of records I never got to tonight, a lot of great, expensive 45s. And sometimes a record is just great, but it doesn't have to be expensive. So, but if you're all still got some energy left, we'll keep going for a little bit longer, maybe a lot longer. But if the numbers start to dwindle down and we can realize that people are off to bed, which we understand people are working. I'm actually working tomorrow as well. I own an insurance agency, in case some of you are wondering what I do. Former tennis pro and now in the insurance business for quite some time. And so I've got work, but, I'm motivated by the music. It's like... It's what?
They want OT.
They want some, well, we'll give them some OT.
We'll do some OT here.
But we'll look at the overall numbers as well.
We will.
Because if the numbers drop a lot, I mean,
I agree.
Johnny, you understand, we don't want to play expensive, rare records, for people who would have loved to have heard them, although they can always, I guess, catch it on the archive as well.
True. That's correct.
Anyway, this next record is one that I had on my want list for a long time. And when the Zurich record collection opened up, I was able to pick up a copy of this particular record. It is from 1963. It's a 45 that came out of the San Diego, California area, Prelude Records, which was a label based out there in California. And the group is called MAC, M-A-C, Mac, Staten, and the Nomads. And, of course, the side that I originally heard by Max Staten and the Nomads, and it's on, I think, it's definitely on a CD, pretty cool CD that somebody put out with, music from the San Francisco area, and I think the side was Do the Freeze, which is a really cool record. Maybe we should probably double flip this, play both sides of the record, but then when I finally got the actual 45, the other side was quite good also. So I'm going to play this side first. It's by Max Staten and the Nomads, once again from 1963, and it's called There She Goes.
There she is, boy, walking down the street. She used to be my baby, but I set her free. Now I'm paying, yes I am. It's a price fools often pay, a broken heart each and every day. She's my baby, my girl, I let her go. Now I know I still love her so. Nothing I can do or say to make her change her way. Right. But look at her. There she is, walking down the street. Every time I see this little girl of mine, my heart skips a beat. I go to pieces, yes I do. Every time I hear her name, I love her. Someday, but I don't know. I don't exactly know just what to say. Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm a oh yeah. I love every little thing that she do. The way she walk, I mean, boy, I like that too. Yes, I do. Now she's my baby, my girl. I love her so. No, I never let her go. But everything I say or do to make her change her way. All right, look at her, boy. She's walking all by herself. Look at her walking.
everybody walking, just walking all by yourself. Walking.
Max Staten and the Nomads, once again from 1963 on the Prelude record label. I paid $2,000 for that record, but believe it or not, I'm looking like, for example, at the price guide, and that record is listed here in the price guide on 45 Cat for $3,304. And when I put a scan up on my Facebook page, which again I ask everybody to go to Facebook, Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities, you'll see scans. You'll see pictures of me and my girlfriend in case you're interested for whatever that's worth. But, I share a lot of cool things on my Facebook page. So when I put up a scan of that record, Johnny, somebody from England, actually 2 people from England offered me $3,000 for my record. Wow. But, I don't sell the records. I keep them. I'm a collector. But and I guess I was going to play that for one of your listeners, Edmund Williams, I think is his name, because I know when I've heard some of your shows, he seems to like a little bit of like James Brown, a little bit of funk type of stuff. And that Max Staten and the Nomads record had that kind of a feel to it. Again, we played a side called There She Goes, but we're going to flip it over right now. This is the B-side of the record. The actual A-side was There She Goes. But this is the side that I originally heard that turned me on to this particular record. Max Staten and the Nomads on the Prelude label. Here's the B-side of the record. It's called Do the Freeze.
Ow! Please, 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 please. Get on the floor and do the freeze now. Yeah. Please, please, please. Get on the floor and do the freeze now. Yeah. You don't have to bend your knees to do the freeze now. You take your baby, get out on the floor, and start to move it around like you never did before. Up on your toes, side by side. Yeah. Start to freeze like it's really cold outside. You don't have to bend your knee to do the freeze now. Ow! Everybody try it one time. All right. Like it's cold outside. Yeah, yeah. Oh. One more time now. Ow! Go, Granny, go. All right. Now you got it. Just move it around, wear the show. All right. Everybody, try one more time now. Let's do the freeze now. Hey, please, please, please. Get on the floor and do the freeze. Yeah, now. Please, please, please. Get on the floor and do the freeze now. Yeah. You don't have to bend your knee to do the freeze now. You don't have to bend your knee to do the freeze now. Ow! Everybody try it one more time before we stop the song. Do the freeze now. Ah, yeah!
Love it. Love that record there. Max Staten and the Nomads on that Prelude record label. Once again, a group out of San Diego, California from 1963. Tune called Do the Freeze. Of course, we're doing the heat wave is what we've been doing here on the East Coast and in many parts of America.
Although it is chilly up here. Are you chilly, Dave the Rave? With
Well,
your,
as long as I stay to the right of the air
because we could shut it
conditioner.
off a little bit.
Well, maybe we'll do that then.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do it when I play this record.
Listen, the important thing is that you folks get your friends in the chat room,
No, they're
call
there.
your friends up, wake them up. Let's see. Right now it's about 5:08 in the morning in England. So if somebody in our chat room, Tony Crosby, go ahead, wake up some of your friends.
Well, Tony Crosby's been up since since the 2 o'clock. He was in the part 1. Here he is in part 2.
He could be a moderator. He's so amazing, that
That's
Tony
correct,
Crosby.
Tony. You can be.
Tony, I hope you end up I'd love to keep in touch with you as well. So once again, folks, my email address for comments, dave@davetherave.com. On Facebook, it's Dave the Raves, Relics and Rarities. Of course, like Johnny G's page. Please like it, and don't forget to subscribe so that when I'm doing another special or when Johnny's doing something special, you're notified about the show. So please hit the subscribe button and be a subscribed member to the Johnny G Vinyl Treasure Show and the Vinyl Treasure Show Network. And of course, Johnny's got email address as well.
Right. You can contact me at vinyltreasures@aol.com, and I also have a website, vinyltreasures.net, where I'll post this show. Actually, we'll post part 1 and part 2, so you could stream or download those shows onto your PC or whatever you like to do there. And of course, it'll be up on YouTube. The other part 1 is already up with the chat, so that is all there already. So you're welcome to make comments and whatnot there. Those of you that can sign into YouTube, because you have to be signed into YouTube in order to be able to make comments and to order to give a thumbs up, etc. But you can watch the show. You don't have to be signed in. A lot of people don't like to do that, but they can tune into the program here. So I got a record up next here. This actually is a local record to me. This is in the it's about 15 minutes away from me. This record is out of White Plains, New York, and I have 2 records on this label called Flavor Records, and the other one was Billy Vera. You have that one too.
I have the Billy Vera record.
It wasn't the Beat. Is it the Beaters? I don't know if it's the Beaters.
I don't think it was the Beaters.
It was
That's
another
not my
group. But
recollection.
Billy Vera, also from the Westchester, originally from Westchester. I think he's out in the West Coast now, if I'm not mistaken. But he was also on this label. Now, this singer, I don't know anything about. His name is Lonnie Paul, and it's his only release on the Flavor label. And the song written by Harold Krasner and Benny Cook. It's arranged by Robert Banks. Now, Robert Banks, he was a member of the Four Fellows. Also, he was the husband to Bessie Banks. His wife was Bessie Banks, recorded the original version of Go Now. So he arranged this tune. It's from December '64. Lonnie Paul on Flavor Records. It's called You Got to Give to Get. Lonnie Paul.
Now if you want my heart, make sure your own is true. For when I give my love, I want your love too. I'll give my all, but you gotta give to get. My baby. Now if you want my arms, I want yours in return. Now if you want my lips, your own lips must yearn. I'll give my all. Remember, you gotta give to get.
So Dave the Rave, what do you think about that record? You
Well,
like
let
that?
me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You want to know what I think about the record? I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure I got it with me here. Let me just check here. You take American Express? That's how much I like the record.
You know I don't sell any records that I have only one of. But I'll tell you what, if you have the soft tones on CB, I'd be willing to trade that record too.
Now, I'm surprised that you would say that. So you must really like that soft tones. And the reason I'm surprised, because I understand with garage records, because you don't really play garage records, but that's a record that's a Wednesday night stone smash.
I know, but it's from the White Plains area, so maybe I could find another copy. You never know.
I guess that's what's the record called that you're looking for?
I'm looking for it's from 1958. They're called the Soft Tones. SOFTONES. It's on the CEEBEE label.
So I'm assuming that if you're willing to trade that record, which I thought was really great, for the soft tones is probably like a 3,000 plus record.
You're correct.
Okay, now I understand how you think.
So I will do that, but you never know. Maybe you can find it for $3.
That's true.
You never know. That'd be. But again, maybe you might want.
If I got that 3,000 plus record for $3 and I traded it, I'd want that and that Gary Puckett record.
Okay, I think that's a deal.
Almost,
it's easy.
I gotta check it out,
All
but
right,
that's a
all
possibility.
right.
You never know.
I want to say hello to the Big Apple Stacker, a fellow Westchester County resident here. So thank
Really?
you. Yeah, he said he's from Yonkers. I think he said he's from.
Wow,
That's not too far.
he made a nice little donation.
Well, I appreciate that, and I
Everybody donates so we can buy more records.
I have to say, it's so many people that appreciate what I do. I can't tell you. But again, the preparation that Charlene actually has a day off because I'm winging it. I'm winging the records here because I do have. So what I'm doing is Charlene maintains a database for me. It's on Excel. So she takes all the records that I play on any one given show and she puts it in this Excel database that I created, and she knows how to work with it. So I can tell you when, what date, and what show that I played a certain record and what number it is.
And I've always told you that I'm jealous because I think it's so great that you have that database, because sometimes I can't remember what I played last week between what I do on, Top Shelf on my Sunday night show, what I'm doing on the syndicated show, what I'm playing on Sirius XM. I sometimes forget what I played and when I played it, or where I even put the record.
Well, again, lots of times, especially for the Saturday night show, because I do a Saturday night show, it's 50s and early 60s. I do the records like this I play on a Wednesday night. So if you like soul records, you can tune into my show. Dave plays them on his Relics and Rarities show, but he plays other records from the 1960s. You play Sunshine Pop. You play garage records.
Surf records, girl
you're even
groups.
Playing blues records on your show.
You know what I play?
And you're playing rockabilly also.
I play instrumentals. In fact, I'm going to play a really rare instrumental coming up in just a couple minutes. So
All right,
if you dig instrumentals, that's coming up real soon.
Let's talk about this one. We go to Philadelphia on the Arctic label here for this.
Which I think Jimmy Bishop, one of the Philadelphia disc jockeys, I think he started this particular label.
I think he was part owner of this Arctic record label.
But this is, once again, on the Arctic record label. It came out in late 1967, and it's by D.D. Barnes. D.D. Barnes, it's Arctic number 138, in case you couldn't see the numbers on the video there. But it's D.D. Barnes, and I dig this record. I hope you dig it too. It's called I'm Yours and You're Mine.
Cause you're leaving, going far across the sea. Till the moment you're in my arms again, time will stop for me. Cause sugar, I'm yours and you're mine. Even though you're far away,
You know, when I tell people what we pay for these records, Johnny, they must think I'm crazy, you're crazy. That was the Dee Dee Barnes record on Arctic from December of 1967. I'm yours and you're mine, and for $600, that could have been yours. But I found it first, I guess.
I told you that's a great record, but I mean,
both sides are pretty good. That's definitely my favorite side, though, of the record. I think that's actually
but listen,
the B-side.
I will tell you that even though I do the soul show, I mean I would love to have a record like that.
But would you pay $600?
Well, here's a question here for this, because remember, I'm already buying group harmony records for $4,000, $5,000, $2,000.
Agree. Understand.
And so for me to now go to, and not to say I would love to have these records in my collection, so I have to be a little bit thrifty, and I'm getting good deals on those records.
Right. That's a valid point. I think where I spend my money is on 60s, so that would be soul, garage typically, and of course you buy soul also, but the money comes out of your wallet big time when you're buying group harmony records.
Right.
And I know what you could spend on group harmony.
And I'm going to tell you, when my first trip there, I'm not going to say in total, it was 5 figures, and not the low end of 5 figures. It was high. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I'm not going to say that I couldn't. It's not that I couldn't afford it, because, like I said, and you told me, and somebody else told me, I moved my investments from one thing to another. So for those records, and I'm going to say that I turned a lot of those records. I turned some records already that were good. So.
Well, I don't sell records, so I can't tell moving.
Either.
You did sell some.
But I upgraded.
Right, no, but I mean, but you sold the other things. But my point is that for me, Johnny, it's not about moving the assets, because honestly, I suspect that if I'm lucky enough to live long enough, that these records may have no value. They may be like big band records, it gives us intrinsic value.
I spoke to a well-to-do person, and he says that records are collectibles, just like you can. Now, I don't know if Beanie Babies are collectibles anymore. I don't listen. Are maybe baseball cards?
Easy with that cover.
Maybe baseball cards. Well, I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Maybe baseball cards don't demand as much as they did, but I
well,
don't
Mickey
know.
Mantle's doing pretty well.
I mean, my brothers have Thurman Munson rookie cards. I'm just going to say, does a Thurman Munson rookie card go for any bucks? Or I had Roberto Clemente. My father threw them out. Some were left. He threw out. I had cards from 1965.
Oh my God!
From 65.
I guess what's the expression? Who knew?
Well, I know who knew, but he told me, he goes, I could have bought these records when I was down in Texas. I said, well, yeah, why didn't you? He said they were a dime a dozen, So, but who knew? I'm just saying. But anyway, this is they're looking at this picture sleeve of this trio that looks very young.
The Gold Tones.
And where are they from?
They're probably from California. I believe they're from California. Because the record label was based out of San Fernando, California, A&R Records. And what's interesting about this record, if you pinch it open, the scan of the record, for example, we're going to play a record called Strike. And Strike, and I think the other side as well, it's written by Glenn Campbell. Okay, and I think that escalated the price of the record. The fact that Glenn Campbell's in there. However, it's not the same Glenn Campbell that had all the hit records. Apparently, it's a different Glenn Campbell. But for many years, many people didn't quite know that, because Glenn Campbell was an established musician that played with the Beach Boys, and then on Challenge. Who did he play with on Challenge?
Was the group? It wasn't the Neons.
No, it wasn't the Neons.
It was the Trophies. Wasn't he in that group, the Trophies?
I think the Trophies. He was in the GCs that did that song Buzzsaw. But he was an accomplished musician. But apparently, he's not the Glenn Campbell. I wish he was, but apparently he's not the Glenn Campbell from the Gold Tones. But nonetheless, this record, with the picture sleeve, and that picture sleeve, folks, if you can tell, it's in damn good condition. This is $1,000 plus 45 easily. I bought this a long time ago. I paid, I think, $700. Let me see what I paid. I paid $700 from Mike Noriega. Although it's sold, it doesn't come up very often, especially with the picture sleeve. But I noticed that on January 17th of 2016, in lesser condition, it sold for $1,051.86. But both sides are just a really cool instrumental. So let's give it a spin. Once again, the Gold Tones on A&R Records out of San Fernando, California. The Gold Tones, and this is a side called Strike. There you go. You got to strike with that particular record, and we'll send it out to Steve Green. Steve Green, a longtime listener to the program, keeps great archives on my Relics and Rarities show. Sometimes when I'm missing a show, I reach out to Steve Green, but he loves those instrumentals, and that's a good one. Both sides are good, by the way, both sides. And, of course, a very cool picture sleeve from 1963 on that A&R record label. Once again, those were the Gold Tones, and a tune called Strike. And hopefully we're striking a lot of good notes for our listeners out there. Again, we thank you for staying with us. We're in overtime.
Yes, we are. We're like at 45-50, so we still got a big crowd.
Well, that's good, because we still got a lot of records. So big crowds, good records. And if people want to go to bed, let us know, and we'll put a halt to it, and we'll go through the box of records. And listen, as I mentioned to Johnny, it's not easy to bring a couple boxes of records over here, because you bring 2 boxes of records. Let's say that's 300 records, but that's leaving like another 130,000 records behind that are all, pretty damn good as well.
Yep.
So never easy to figure out exactly what to bring.
No, you're correct. I mean, like I said, I have all these. All my soul records are up here. I got some boxes down, but the stuff that I've since played, this is stuff that I've played. This is stuff you haven't played. See, I don't even know what I have down in the boxes down in the basement. So I discover those with each show that I do. I think I went through it enough to find, but I never know. I find a gem in there. I'm going, like, this is like a $900 record. I don't know. I mean, it's like, I'm still finding it out, because the 60s stuff's been down there for the last 25 years, 30 years. I've been focusing
I
on
totally
vocal
understand.
harmony. You got boxes in your house too.
All over the house. I got a record library room, which looks very nice, but then there's records all over, in my bedroom, in the hallways, in the living room, in the dining room. Although you might think it sounds like I live in a hoarder house, but I live in a live in a nice neighborhood.
I've seen that. Now, not to say when you first got those boxes, you had to put them somewhere before you decided where you were going to put them. But Greg, he had them all over the place.
Probably in the freezer.
He had them in the bathroom. He had them because after his mother passed away, he just went bonkers buying records, and it was like So when we go look at the boxes that are there, it says like living room, kitchen, bathroom, dining room. There's all these, and then he had his big collection that he used to have in wooden crates. Oh, well, they were wooden boxes, I think. Maybe Chris Ciccone made those things for him. I don't know. And they had like slider tops to them. So, when I met Darren that time, and I told him, he told us, what the layout was. You already knew the rule to get what to do, and it was just amazing looking at the stuff. And just think about that. Now we added those records to all our records,
right?
And now,
which is why even for tonight, I had so many records that I bought from Revilla that I haven't even got around to playing. So I said, well, let me play. So I brought about maybe 100 of records out of my collection that I've had for a long time, and then the other 200 records, and I have a lot more than what I bought out of Zorik's collection. But I just shuffled some things together because out of Zorik's collection, those are a lot of records I've never ever played because I haven't had time to play them, and I'm enjoying listening to them tonight.
Well, we've been here for. Let me see. We've been here from.
Well, we did 4 hours earlier,
and
we're 3 hours and 30 minutes.
It's almost like a day of playing. It's almost like a full work day of playing records. Did I get paid for that?
You got $20. I got a meal, and you know what? I'm having a lot of fun too. I really enjoy the Relics and Rarities listeners and people that I know who have stopped by tonight. I think a lot of them have subscribed to your page as well.
And like I said, if you listeners out there enjoy this type of show, please email me. You could email Dave.
Either way, well, you have your own email.
But I have my own. You can email me because this is I create. I don't know, I forget how I created this really, but I did some research on it, and I was a little bit leery at the start because I didn't know what to use, I didn't know, so I had to research it. I used other platforms before, and I said, well, you know what? Let me use this OBS. I use OBS Studio to broadcast here. Now, I was late last night, an hour, because I couldn't get the picture, not knowing that with the update, the Microsoft update, I had to unplug my UBS port and put it back in. So I had closed off at 12:30, so I didn't get all the requests. So I might do it. I don't know if I'm going to do it tomorrow or Tuesday, because I just don't have the time. I got to do a bunch of things tomorrow, and I got to get ready for the 78 show on Thursday. So, and then I got a dinner on Thursday night for like a little alumni dinner for people I used to work with. But but listen, it's all in fun, and as long as we enjoy ourselves and the listeners are enjoying what we do, it's a good thing. So Dave the Rave, what do we got on the Smash label here?
We have a Stone Smash from 1967. And think about that. We had Pick a Hits, we had the Hits record, and now we've got a Smash. And we had a Money record before. Well, now we've got a legitimate Smash record because it's on that Smash record label. But it's from 1967. And it is by a group called the Satisfactions. And they had several records, I believe, on Smash label. This is their most expensive 45. It's, once again, the Satisfactions, and the song is called Take It or Leave It.
Here we go.
Doll on a shelf, looking in the mirror,
just thinking about yourself. If you don't treat me better, I'm gonna find somebody else. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. I heard some stories about how you carry on, sleeping in the morning and just playing all night long. It may be alright for you, baby, but for me, it's still alright. Take it or leave it now. Why can't you and me be just the way we used to be not long ago? I'd like to know. Let me tell you now, if we still can't have the kind of love we used to have, I'll have to go. I'll have to go. Oh, you remind me of a diamond in the rough, smooth on the inside, but the outside is too tough. It's true, I love you, baby, but enough isn't enough. Take it from me, baby. For someone to hold me day and night. Don't want no fuss, no fight now. I wanna have you for my own.
Okay.
That's Smash 45. That was their second Smash 45 and their pricey 45. Once again, the Satisfactions and a tune called Take It or Leave It. Johnny, you got their first one, don't you?
I have their first one there. Their first one was a song called Give Me Your Love, back with Stop Following Me, and you have this one. This was their second one. They have, I don't know, they have the You Got Me, You Got to Share, and then Take It or Leave It. They have another one on, one more on Smash, so this was their second, and they have two on Lionel, I think, which is from, 1970. And I have actually three on.
Well, there was the Satisfactions on Liberty or Imperial. I think Liberty, or maybe it was Imperial. I don't know if it's the same group that was on Smash. Of course, people in our chat room, they know everything. We've got a very intelligent, intellectual crowd out there.
Well, I think really
Tim Williams knows a lot too.
I think both of our lists, both with the requests that I get on my shows, I mean, they're like all great records. It's not like I'm getting these, although I do get some early pop records with vocal groups in the background, but that was the style back in 52. But really, the listeners that listen to our programs are really smart when it comes to the music. At least those that follow the music, and other people are learning and never heard this music before. I can't tell you how many times people say, I never heard this record before, never knew it existed.
But keep in mind, Johnny, that we have also discovered a lot of cool records from our listeners giving us requests that we don't have. We don't know about them.
That is true.
We go
Like
looking
I said,
for them, and we're like, wow, that's a good record.
But again, I think our listeners are very well versed in the music, especially certain people have knowledge about certain groups and certain people, certain singers. So, and let alone the singers themselves that especially that you are associated with or have been.
Or they heard records in a regional area that we never heard, so they'll make a request. I'll give you an example. Both you and I got turned on to a Phil Flowers song that we were not familiar with, that Warren Russell was familiar with, so they'll request a record.
Right.
Typically, Johnny will call me, do you have that record? Or maybe it's the reverse. Johnny, do you have this record? And neither one of us might have the record. We check it out on YouTube, and we're like, wow, good record. And so we're discovering records from our listeners as well, and we do thank you for that. That's why we love to hear from the listeners with requests or just emails. Just, if it's negative, don't bother emailing us. You can give us any kind of a comment you'd like. But my email, once again, I'd love to hear from you. I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. Let me know. My email is dave@davetherave.com, and my Facebook page is Dave the Rave relics and rarities. So please like the page, follow it, check out the scans. You'll see the links for when I'm doing radio shows, either syndicated or on other stations or on Sirius XM radio. And, we'd like to keep in touch with everybody.
And also, those of you that aren't signed into YouTube, you can also request me as a friend on Facebook, John Galindo. So I post, when I do my shows live, I always do a post. Charlene shares the post on a number of groups that she's in. It was funny, I told you I got when I was doing the 78s, I got some flack from posting 78s in all 45, and that's fine, but those records were on 45 too, so it was like, whatever. I thought it was weird, but anyway, I like this next record here but the original press that came out. What is this press here on
well,
the
I'm glad
label?
I'm glad you said that. When you say the original label,
well, I mean the original version of the song.
Okay, right, because when you said that I handed Johnny the record, he said, "Oh, okay, my aunt loved this particular record," and I wasn't sure if you looked at it carefully enough. You saw the SOS,
yes.
You saw Rick Tick, you saw Edwin Starr, and you didn't realize that this is a different version. This is an expensive, collectible version, and it came out in early 1966, so Edwin Starr released Stopper on Sight, SOS, early 66. But I guess he had a relationship, a friend, professional relationship with a disc jockey out in New York. Out in Detroit, Scott Regan, who I actually met when there was a documentary that came out about a Phillips recording artist group called Richard and the Young Lions. So I was interviewed for that. I was friends with those guys. And actually in the documentary, and when they had the filming of this documentary, Scott Regan was there, Pat St. John was there, and so I just talked to him briefly, but I was familiar with the station, Keener they called it, WKNR, because I actually bought a book with the surveys from Keener, because you would find, oddball records. I think I turned Johnny onto that particular book as well. So I guess maybe it was Scott Keener who broke this particular record for Edwin Starr when he first started out, but there was obviously some relationship there that created the need for this record to be produced and recorded by Edwin Starr. So it's basically SOS, but he's talking about Scott Regan being on the radio. So it's a collectible record. If Reed is still out there, I mean, he collects Motown things. So being that Edwin Starr ended up on Motown's, subsidiary Gordy record label, Reed could probably share a lot of information about this particular record. It might even be in his collection. If not, it's got to go on the Reed wish list. It's from early 1966 on the Rick Tick label. It's Edwin Starr, and it's called Scots on Swingers, SOS.
Sending out an SOS.
Edwin Starr there from early 1966, once again on that Rick Tick record label. And Scots on Swingers, SOS, Mr. Edwin Starr. And once again, that is just a takeoff of his early 66 45, SOS, and that's pretty cool. I guess Scott Regan from Keener Radio, WKNR, he must have been pretty damn happy about Edwin Starr recording that particular song with his name in there.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I've never seen the. I mean, I've seen pictures of it on 45 Cap, but I've never seen the. They're probably all promos like this too. No,
I would imagine that they're all promos.
Yeah, let me get a better view for the listeners here, for the watchers.
And it's a record that is on the Reed wish list.
Okay.
Although I'm going to be anxious to find out if I got to believe that tonight we both have done a good job of adding more records to that legendary Reed wish list.
Okay, what do we got next?
I wonder if any other listeners, I guess many of the listeners that are in our chat room right now, raise your hand if all of you keep like a want list, a wish list of 45s that you're looking for. And maybe some of those 45s that you're looking for, let Johnny know, let me know. And if Johnny's got it, he'll play them. He's got first dibs. If he doesn't have it, I'll bring it up if I have it the next time we're doing a show together.
Well, lots of the listeners, they listen. The listeners that make requests that because I was on your network earlier also. We'll talk about what happened. Okay,
right.
But somebody made a mistake, as you know. So a lot of the listeners still listen to my show. Maybe they don't listen to it live, but they listen to it on the archive, and they send me requests. And we talk all the time. And I ask you, I said, Dave, you got this record? I don't know this record. And a lot of times you do have it. Sometimes you don't, but most of the time you do. So we kind of, and I think I had a couple that you didn't have that I played.
Definitely.
So, what do we got next here? This one here.
That's a good question. I know. I handed you a record that is by Ray Lewis.
Right.
It's a 45 that came out on the just trying to read the label over here. The DAR Recording Company Incorporated. Looks like DAR.
That's correct.
DAR Recording. It's like the label is orange and the writing is orange, so it was hard to pick it up immediately. But DAR Recording Company Incorporated. I didn't pull a year for this particular record, but it's by Ray Lewis, and it's just a fine 45, kind of a nice, sweet soul sounding 45. Ray Lewis. It's a tune called "Sitting at Home with My Baby, Tightening Our Love Up."
Town, y'all, and I can be enjoying. Let's say
Sitting at Home with My Baby from 1969. Ray Lewis on the DAR Recording Company and Chord record label. And, well, I guess our listeners, they're probably sitting at home, and here I am in the Vinyltreasure studio with several boxes of 45s and just enjoying listening to the records and catching the comments from all the great listeners to the program. Wow, Daniel Kabacki has woken up. I have a request for Daniel Kabacki I could play.
Okay.
So if you stick around, Daniel, we'll get to your request in just a little bit. Something I pulled out for you about a month ago. It's good to see you, Daniel. And I know Johnny G's got something all queued up on the turntable as well.
Yeah, this is I think this record's pricey now. Now, when I bought the 45, Spence offered it to me. I think it was either $150 or $200 that I paid for this record here. This singer is out of Detroit. He was a member of the 1950s vocal group the Royal Jokers, but he would go solo in 1959 with a release on the Storm label. Now, others followed on Metro, then in 1960, one on Big Top, but he would have one more release on the New York City-based Peacock record label, which I think this is an in-demand record again from December of 1961. His name is Willie Jones. Willie Jones on Mr. Peacock Records. It's called Where's My Money?
Grocer said, Mr. Grocer, have mercy on me. I'm as hungry as I can be. My stomach is empty inside. I'm so hungry that I could die. Mr. Grocer, won't you give me a break? Can't I have just one of them steaks? Whoa, no. Shout. Mr. Landlord is cool outside. Can't you see the tears in my eyes? Mr. Landlord, I need sleep. I'm about to fall out on my feet. Mr. Landlord, have pity on me. I'll pay you your money next week. Whoa, no. Whoa, no. Out. I said, please, Mr. Landlord, give me a break. Oh, he began to shout. Mr. Landlord, it's cold outside. Can't you see the tears in my eyes? Mr. Landlord, I need sleep.
There you go. That's December 1961. That's Willie Jones. Willie Jones, a member of the Royal Jokers. That one there on Mr. Peacock Records. Where's My Money, Dave the Rave?
You know that I love that record. And I tell you that, who turned me on to that record was there was a British Airways stewardess that I used to mess around with. Sarah Jane, if I recall. If she's listening, I'm sorry if I forgot I think it's Sarah Jane. Lovely gal. I used to say to her that we'd be a perfect couple, beside the fact that she was young and attractive, a stewardess, although they called them something different, cabin crew member on British Airways. But, if we put but she would be, if she was my girlfriend, if we were like in a relationship, she would never mind the fact that I'm buying records all the time because she likes to buy records also. So she mentioned that record to me, and I was like, Wow. I was listening to it on YouTube. We were having dinner some night, and she said, yeah, well, there's a copy on eBay for like $600. It was like a mint copy. She says, but I'm going to buy that record, she said. I'm like, okay. I'm not going to steal the record out from under her. So I bought like for $500, I bought like a good VG copy. God damn it, she never bought the record for $600.
Yeah, well.
I said to her, I said, you didn't buy it? I said, then I could have bought that 600 mint copy,
You would
but
have paid another 100 and something.
right,
for a
but it does play pretty good, so I'm not going to complain. You know, it's not too bad. But Sarah, lovely gal, and please thank you so much for turning me on to some of those cool Northern Soul records that I did not know about. Of course, I turned her on to a lot of things too.
I'm sure.
I meant record. Yeah, well, okay. I meant records, but okay. Anyway, Daniel Kubacki, who has shown up into the Relics and Rarities Vinyl Treasures YouTube chat room. That's the name I'm looking for, the YouTube chat room. Well, he asked me for a record about a while ago, but Daniel's kind of like flighty. Sometimes he shows up, sometimes he doesn't show up. He can request a record from me, and then he disappears. But he's a young guy, about 35, 36 years old, and I guess he's the future. When we're dead and gone, hopefully Daniel is helping to keep the music alive. But Daniel, you asked for a record by Bobby Williams. He did quite a few 45s on the Sure Shot record label. This is his most expensive, his most collectible of those records. It's a tune called I've Only Got Myself to Blame. It came out in early 1967. Record, I picked up my copy here for $430. And Daniel, I didn't forget that you wanted to hear this record. So once again, on the Sure Shot label, it's a Dave the Rave Sure Shot, as I like to say.
Right.
Bobby Williams, I've Only Got Myself to Blame.
I didn't understand. If I had tried just a little harder, I would still be a happy man. But now it's too late. Girl, I've lost your love. I know it's too late. And I've only got myself to blame. I've only got myself to blame. It's a pity, a doggone shame. Girl, I've only got myself to blame. Tears ain't nothing but water, girl, and water ain't nothing but rain. I can't cry enough tears, God, to wash away my miseries and pain. But now it's too late. Girl, I've lost your love. I know it's too late. And I've only got myself to blame. I've only got myself to blame. It's a pity, a doggone shame. Girl, I've only got myself to blame. Oh, wise man once told me, take a look at what you got before you go. If I had listened to him, baby, I could still call you my own. But now it's too late. Yeah, I've lost your love. I know it's too late. And I've only got myself to blame. I've only got myself to blame. It's a pity, a doggone shame. Girl, I've only got myself to blame. It's a pity, a doggone shame. Girl, I've only got myself to blame. Flame with fire, got burned by the flame, and I only
Dave the Rave Sure Shot 45 out of my collection there. Bobby Williams, on that Sure Shot label, and the tune called I've Only Got Myself to Blame, a Daniel Kilbacki request from way back when. But there you have it, Daniel. And what do we got? Oh, I know we have another record here that had long been on my want list and something I picked up recently out of that Zora collection for quite a bit of money. But again, I just wanted to have the record because as Reed King mentioned in the chat room, he said that he had a Soul City boot of this next record by the Cashmeres, song called Showstopper. And of course, and actually both sides of the record are quite good, but I had that boot also. I still have it. And the quality of the boot is definitely not good. Mm-hmm. It's actually not bad for Showstopper, but the other side was pretty awful from what I remember. So, plus I like to have the original label 45's.
Of course.
Well, this is like I would call this like a VG copy, you know. And I remember speaking to Darren at Revilla Records about this particular record, but you know, as he pointed out, and correctly so, he was able to show me that if this was mint, it would be like, you know, close to $3,000. So I guess for $1,500, I guess what I got to settle for. But I would love to have had a super clean copy of this particular record. But it's a cool record. Both sides are quite good. The Cashmeres from 1965 on the Hem record label. The tune is called Showstopper. Did I talk over that record again?
No, you did not, because I didn't have it on. So,
you know, folks, when I do my Relics of Rarity show, I get pretty pumped up, pretty crazy, and a lot of times I'm talking over the intros and the outros, and you know, it's like I'm back on the '60s doing top 40 radio. But nonetheless, we're doing it the Vinyl Treasure style. Relics of Rarities in the Vinyl Treasure style. And I don't mind. I'm just having a lot of fun tonight. And I'm playing a lot of records that I have not had a chance to play on my show yet because I just got so many records as Johnny. You know, we just can't get to them all. So I'm glad that I'm getting to a lot of these expensive Soul 45s. I have so many of them. That was one of them. That's from 65 on the Hem record label. The Cashmeres. The song is called Showstopper. That was $1,500. The next record is by the Cashmeres. I don't know definitively if it's the same Cashmeres. I'm thinking it probably is.
It is. It's the same Cashmeres.
Okay, Johnny G has just confirmed it's the same Cashmeres because Johnny's got this record as well, I believe. And it's on the Hubba record label.
right.
It's also from 65. I'm not sure which one came first.
It's actually December 65.
For the Hubba record?
That's correct.
Okay, so then the Showstopper was obviously first because that was 65, so it had to be earlier than December of 65.
Well, the other hymn, because they have another one with the, it's somebody in the Cashmere's on the hymn label. This one here, the one you're looking for, wait a minute.
When did Showstopper come out? You have a date on Showstopper?
The Showstopper release came out on, this is the group from Washington, D.C., right? Yeah. Well, wait a minute. They don't have the other one connected. This Cashmere's is from Washington, D.C. on Hubba. Hold on a second.
So now you're thinking that it might be two different groups?
No, they got two. No, they have it there. So here's what the deal is. The Hubba here is December 65. This one here that you played on him came out in October of 66. So this is their first. You have their second. Then they have another one as somebody in the Cashmere's on the M label.
And I had that Showstopper as 65. You definitely have that as 66?
Well, it says here, no, it's sticking here on 45 cat. It's oh, come on. It's like not getting there because it's the website.
Actually, so Reed King says, well, let's see.
He's got correct. He's saying correct. October 66. He is right.
October 66?
Yes, and they are the same group. Greg Tormo says they're the same group.
Oh, is Greg Tormo still with us?
Well, he must have come back. He must have been tuned in.
Well, that's cool because he knows everything, Greg Tormo. And by the way, he's a realtor, so if you're moving out to Palm Springs, California, don't buy a house, don't rent a house unless you reach out on the web and get the number for Greg Tormo, the realtor to the stars, because we want to keep him financially sound so he could keep buying records because he's got a great collection. I'd love to see that collection that you've got, Greg. If you're out on the East Coast sometime, please get a hold of me, Dave at davetherave.com. I'd love to have you over for lunch one day into the Relics and Rarities vault and enjoy. I'm sure I would enjoy the conversation and so forth. But okay, so I've got that corrected now on the on my notes over here. So the hem record of Showstopper with a good flip side, by the way, that came out in October '66, and the Hubba record was December of '65.
That's correct. And then they have one on. They have one more on. Mentioned on the Nine Nandy Records is their last release.
I wonder what's the name of that record.
That one.
Trying to think if I have that record.
I think the stocks are purple. I see a white promo here. It's called Fairy Tales, Just Ain't True, and Finally Waking Up. Bashful Man.
Okay, it doesn't sound like one that I have, and I don't know how good it is,
and
but
that was from 68.
Certainly the other records were quite good. But anyway, this record was half the price, so I guess I got a good bargain on this Hubba record.
I actually think that when we were in Revilla, I think Greg Tormo was there, and he likes the flip side of this better than this.
Well,
side.
both sides are good. I agree.
So
I had to pick one side, although unless I could flip it over. But
this is more of the doo-woppy side, I think. Which my
I don't remember this being doo-woppy. Maybe you're
but
right.
If you listen, Back to School? Yeah.
Right, is doo-woppy?
Yeah, well, it is.
So you're saying that Greg Tormo had this in his hand?
Well, or we were discussing it, or when you played it. Or maybe, but I know he mentioned the flip side of it.
All I know is I put on a record, he's singing the words, he knows the song within 10 seconds. So I was very impressed. I'm not surprised because I knew of Greg Tormo from many, many years ago. I don't think he recalled, but I remember reaching out to him when I was doing shows on WPDQ. Yeah. He had a website that he had established online, and it was clear to me that this is a guy that was very knowledgeable, liked a lot of the same music that I liked. I remember we had some conversation because I was always trying to, maybe have Greg be a guest, collector on my show, going back to, the late 1990s.
Well, Zurich used to drop his name all the time to me when we were talking soul records. So he would mention his name to me a lot.
And by the way, he mentions that the Nandy record is very good. It's weird. Now that I see how it's spelt, I might have that record. I mean, I know I've got something on the Nandy, but maybe I've got something else. Maybe it's not a Kashmir's record. I'd have to check, quite frankly, when I get back to the Relics of Rarities vault. But anyway, both sides of this Kashmir's on Hubba Hubba is good. We can play both sides if the people want, but this is a song called Back to School Again from December of 1965. Late 1965 there for the Kashmirs on that Hubba Hubba record label. I know when that came across the speaker, people said, oh, man, Hubba Hubba, man, that's a good record. It is a good record. In fact, Greg Tormos has convinced me we're going to flip the record over. I do like both sides of the record. So for Greg Tormo, a soul expert, I would call him, out there in California, where it's only, I guess a little bit after 10 o'clock at night. So it's only 10:15 in the evening for Mr. Tormo. And anybody out there on the West Coast, of course, those of you joining us from overseas, well, it's almost breakfast time. But here we are late night in the Vinyltreasure studio, and I'm having a blast. I know Johnny seems to be having a lot of fun, right, Johnny?
That's correct, Dave. The Rave.
We're just playing these great 45s that sound like could have, should have been hit records, and records that just kind of fell through the cracks, and they deserve to get played somewhere, and that somewhere is right here with Johnny G on Vinyl Treasures, records out of my collection on the Relics and Rarity Show. And once again, I'm on YouTube. I'm on Facebook, I should say. And my Facebook page, which I wish you would all, click it, like it, follow it. It's Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities. I do have a website with archive shows, and that website is davetherave.com. I do Sirius XM Radio. I've got a show coming up on the last Friday of July. It'll be Friday night, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, with my co-host, Rich Russo. That show is called Found This Record. And, of course, weekly on the Tommy James Show, I am the resident record geek with Tommy James on Sirius XM 60s Gold. And, of course, on the next show, I'll be featuring that great B-side from Willie Kendrick on the RCA Victor record label. That's the tentative plan. Sometimes things change, but that's the record I told Tommy I'm going to feature. So for those of you that have Sirius XM, hopefully you're enjoying the many channels, and definitely check out Sirius XM 60s Gold, Tommy James. And that last Friday of the month, Little Steven's Underground Garage, Channel 21, 11 p.m. on a Friday night, Found This Record. But right now we're finding the B-side of the Cashmere's. Johnny's got it all queued up. It's once again on the Hubba Hubba record label from December of 65 for Greg Tormo.
Ain't no coming back. Ain't no coming back. Ain't no coming back. Ain't no coming back. If this is goodbye, ain't no coming back. You bought it on yourself. Ain't no coming back. If this really breaks your heart, ain't no coming back. You called it on yourself, and I this is goodbye, my love. This is goodbye. Why should we fuss and fight? Fuss and fight. Every night. Even when we kiss, my love. Kiss my love. It just don't seem right, and I this is goodbye, my love. This is goodbye. You had your chance, girl, but you left me. Now I am alone, girl. Why should we fuss and fight? Every night. Even when we kiss, both is about love. It just don't seem right, and I know this is goodbye, my love. This is
Out of Washington, D.C., the Cashmeres. So you had two in a row there, kind of like a twin spin of the Cashmeres. We heard Showstopper from October of 66 on the Hem record label. And then we heard on the Hubba Hubba label, both sides of that 45. We first played Back to School Again, and then Ain't No Coming Back. But damn it, if I get invited, I'm coming back. You can't keep me out of the Vinyl Treasure studio.
So if you like this dual tandem here, send Johnny G an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Already received emails for us to do this again. And, we're never going to run out of records. That is the case here. But we are in really Vinyl Treasure overtime tonight, and we'll go for a little bit more here. And I got a record on turntable number 2 here. This next group, they are out of Detroit, Michigan. They would have 3 singles on the RCA record label, and you can get like 99.9% of their songs on an RCA LP called The Metro's Sweetest One, which was the title of their first single for RCA Records, but they followed it up with this song, which is not on the LP. So you buy that LP, you get all their records except this one, and for some reason, this only came out on a 45, produced by Pied Piper GMP Productions, and it features Percy Williams on lead. We go to March of 1967. Let's give a listen to the Metros. This is on RCA. The song is called No Baby.
People tell lies and want you to believe them. They want you to believe that I don't love you. If you think I'm trying to fool you, baby, this is what I'm trying to tell you. No, baby. No, baby. I know I've done wrong, but don't you be cruel, girl. I want you to know that I really care, baby. But if you have something on your mind and you think that you're wasting your time, no, baby, I don't want you to think it, honey. I know there's been times when I was untrue, baby, but I soon found out that real love was you, girl. But if you think what I've done was so cruel and that I'm trying to make a fool out of you, no, baby, I don't want to think you out of you. I don't want you to even think that I'm going to make a fool out of you. All right, baby. Let me tell you one thing. I'm willing to lay my love on the line, baby. Come handle this fool and stop wasting time, baby. And if you think all I've done was so cruel and that I'm gonna make a fool out of you, no, baby, I'm not gonna make a fool out of you. All I wanna do is be true. Come lay my love on the line. All right, baby. I don't want you to think that I'm gonna hurt you, little girl. Don't listen to the people lie.
As I did get caught, Johnny G gets caught here, talking on the YouTube chat room there. But there you go. Those are the Metros there. That's Percy Williams and the Metros, March 1967. That's not on the LP, although it's a great LP if you have it. The Metros with No Baby, that one there on the RCA record label.
And speaking of baby, we've got Vintage Vanier. I'm trying to find a nice slow record for Vintage Vanier. She wants to do a slow dance. So I'm guessing that she's there with her somebody and they want to do a slow dance to what we're playing. Or maybe they want to dance with you or me, Johnny. I don't know. But I will try to find a nice slow dance 45 for Vintage Vanier, which I'm guessing somebody probably overseas. With that kind of a cool name, Vanier, I'm thinking it's probably Definitely not American, I'm thinking. But anyway, cool name, Vintage Vanier. So we'll find a record for you in a little bit. In the meantime, I've got a 45 here out of my collection that honestly I don't quite remember what this sounds like, except that I liked it. I bought it. I liked it. It's something I bought from another Lou Stanley purchase from many, many, many years ago. It is by Chuck Corby and the Chances on the Veep record label, and it's called, and I know that we didn't get a chance to post this up on the camera, but after the song is over with, Johnny can hold it up to the camera so that you can see the record and the label and so forth. But it's, once again, Chuck Corby and the Chances, and the song is called Man Loves To.
Man's temptation, man's temptation,
Man's temptation, it can fool you. I know it sounds silly, but I think I love to. What can I do? Tell me, what can I do when a man loves to?
man's temptation,
A man loves to.
man's temptation.
I feel so bad. I don't know what to do. I'm a married man, but I got a lover too. What can I do? Tell me, what can I do when a man loves to?
Man's temptation,
A man loves to. I just don't know what to do with my life. This woman is taking me away from my wife. For me, it's temptation.
temptation,
It's taking me away
temptation,
from my home
temptation.
each and every day. What can I do? Tell me, what can I do when a man loves to? Oh, what can I do? Won't somebody please tell me, what can I do? I gotta be for.
What can Dave the Rave do if I want to love 2 or 3 or 4?
Well, you know, there's a song called "Trying to Love Too."
I know.
What's his name?
Trying to love 2.
Who does that on the Mercury label?
I have the record.
Trying to
Was it
Love
William
Too.
Bell?
William Bell. Yes, that's correct.
All right, Trying to Love 2, William
That's right.
Bell. But that could be dangerous, but maybe fun. But anyway, that is called Man Loves 2, and a fine record there by Chuck Corby and the Chances.
Right.
Once again on the Veep record label, and of course we'll hold that record up. I know we didn't get to it initially because Johnny G got caught.
I did.
He's good at multitasking, folks. I don't think I can do what he's doing. I'm just, when I do my Relics of Rarity show out of the No Static Attic, I'm like, I'm running around. I'm just grabbing records by the seat of my pants. No research, which is sort of like what I'm doing today. I'm just winging it. It's just in my head. I can't afford Charlene and a research assistant. I don't have the financial means of Mr. Johnny G, the legendary Johnny G. But anyway, that was kind of a slow record. So Yvonne, what's her name? She's got a cool name.
Vanier.
Vintage Vanier. I hope that was something that you liked. But in the meantime, we got another record here that is a record, if you notice, it was written by Mac Rebennack.
Okay.
Out of the New Orleans area, Mr. Dr. John, as many people know him as Dr. John, Mac Rebennack. He wrote this song. It's a record arranged by a guy that, Johnny, you and I would collect, H.B. Barnum.
That's right.
It's on Intro Records out of Hollywood, California. The artist is Louis Paul, and it's a $900 record.
Okay.
But it's a good record. It's by Louis Paul, and it's called I'll Never Have You.
On a real love, I said walking and talking to myself. But when I know down deep in my soul, you belong to someone else. Well, I'm blind and I can't see, yeah, what's happening to me. Yeah. I keep telling myself that you love me. I keep telling myself that it's true. But when I know deep down in my soul, I'll never, ever, ever have you. Walking up by the morning, I keep telling myself that it's true. But when I know deep down in my heart, I'll never, ever, ever have you. But I'm blind, I can't see, yeah, what's happening to me. Hey, hey. Good guy, I'm blind, I can't see, yeah, what's happening to me. Hey, I keep walking my girl, all right now. Hey, hey, all right now. Gotta move that, I don't know now. Hey, all right. Hey,
From 1966, once again on that Intro record label, Louis Paul with that Mac Rebennack, that Dr. John tune, song called I'll Never Have You. And of course, if you're thinking, well, I'm never going to get these records, you never know. Maybe one day you'll be shopping and there it'll be for $2 or $3 the way Johnny G found records.
Well, you're right here. But anyway, those of you that are tuning into the program late, if you like what Johnny G is doing, please give me, and my buddy Dave the Rave here, please give us a thumbs up. Also, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel and click the bell to the right. Get all notifications so you know when Johnny G goes live, as this is actually a special program. This is actually my, well, it normally would have been my fourth show for the week. But we have a special in-studio guest, Mr. Dave the Rave, who has all the records you crave. Johnny G craving a lot of these records that he's playing here tonight. And a lot of the records I do not have. And that's why it's such a treat for me. So from the response, we had a good response today. And Dave the Rave, we're going to see if we can do this again in the upcoming months here. So we seems to be getting a great response.
Looking forward to that.
So Tony Crosby, you want to, before Tony Crosby goes to bed, the grandkids are coming over. He's going to have to babysit this afternoon. He wanted an up-tempo tune. Well, I think here's one, and I found this in the wild. It's always fun to find records in the wild if you have time to. And when I was younger, starting collecting, this is one that I found in the wild. As we go to Detroit, Michigan here, this group... It's on a Bernie, what's his name? Goydish's Le Mans label. And both sides of this 45 are good. I think the A side is something called You Upset Me Baby, but this is the B side of the 45. It features Edwin Hamilton on lead. They have lots of records on different labels. I think they started back, in 59 or 60 on the Jam label as the Arabians, but here they are again as the Arabians, and this is from September 64 on Le Mans Records, the Arabians with, in parentheses, please take a chance on me. We'll send it out to Tony Crosby in the UK.
I know love and lost, and you know just what it costs to wear your heart where your lover can see. Oh yeah, you may not even care, but if you take a dare, darling, please take a chance on me. I know that you've been hurt, someone has done you hurt, and you think that love, oh, means misery. Oh yeah, you may not want romance, but if there is a chance, darling, please take a chance on me. You may not want romance, but if there is a chance, darling, please take a chance on me. I know that you've been hurt, someone has done you hurt, and you think that love, oh, means misery. Oh yeah, you may not want romance, but if there is a chance, darling, please take a chance on me. Baby, come on, baby, take a chance, yeah, take a chance, oh yeah, take a chance, baby, take a chance, yeah, take a chance,
As September 64, those are the Arabians on the Le Mans record label. That's Edward Hamilton on lead. Please Take a Chance on Me is the name of the tune. Now, those of you tuned into the program tonight, we're going to be signing off at 2 a.m. tonight. So 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
20 minutes from now.
20 minutes from now.
And by the way, I did take a chance on that Arabians record because when you and I got together for a show back in August of 2005, that's one of the records that you brought down to my Relics and Rarities No Static Attic, as we call it, even though I'm in the real No Static Attic. And I ended up buying a copy of that for $200 from Louis in Times Square Records. I guess I thought that was a pretty good deal because it's a great double-sided record, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But I see where Reed got one for 50 cents. I thought that originally said $50, but as I look at his note in the YouTube chat room, now granted, he said it had a chip in the lead, but otherwise meant for 50 cents. I thought it was $50, but now I see the decimal point before the 50.
Yeah, 50 cents.
Anyway, a record that I don't think is expensive. I could be wrong, but I love this record. It's from March of 1962. I think it's a killer record. It cuts like a knife for me. It just love this record by a group called the Laurels. The Laurels on the Liberty record label. Do you have this record, John? You think you got it?
I think I do have it. This isn't the group from Pittsburgh, though. I think.
That I don't know where they're from. I just know the date of it from March of '62. But let's give it a spin. The Laurels in a tune called I Guess I'll Never Stop Loving You.
I've tried and tried to forget you. I've cried and cried. Lord, I wish I'd never met you. Day in and day out, night in and night out, I've tried. I guess I'll never stop loving you. Lord, 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 pains in my heart. Lord, won't leave me right from the start. Should've known you breathe me. Day in and day out and night in and night out. I guess I'll never stop loving you. Sometimes I wonder if you ever think about me, or is misery sometimes pain mine alone? Sometimes I get the blues so bad, I don't know what to do. I guess I never stop loving you. Tried and tried to hold you. Lord, I wish I'd never met you. Day in and day out, night in and night out, I guess I'll never stop loving you.
Feels so good, so fine. That is some smoking hot soul 45.
That's a matey record.
Yeah, that's a Dave the Rave record tonight. That is the Laurels on the Liberty record label. Once again, they're from March of 1962.
Out of Pittsburgh. They are the Pittsburgh group.
They are from Pittsburgh. Okay. The Laurels and the tune called I Guess I'll Never Stop Loving You. Day of the Rave, your record geek with the records you seek. Along with my good buddy here, Johnny G. It's the Vinyl Treasure Relics of Rarity special show. I'm the guest DJ, bringing all these cool records over here and mixing them in with all the many cool records that my buddy Johnny G's got. And we're entertaining our listeners out there. Once again, love to hear from our listeners. Let me know that you want me to come back. My email address, dave@davetherave.com. And, of course, you can check me out on Facebook. Like and follow my page. You'll see scans of records. You'll find out links when I'm on the radio. It's on Facebook. It's Dave the Rave, Relics and Rarities. Or on Instagram, by the way, DJ Dave the Rave. So for those of you that are on Instagram, you can certainly find me there as well. And, of course, Johnny G here on YouTube. Be sure to subscribe to this channel. This way, if I am coming back, which I'm sure I will be at some point in time, you know, you could find out about that show and also the upcoming shows, the many shows that Johnny G puts on together. So,
yeah, so actually you can also go to my Facebook page, John Galindo, and because I post, Charlene shares my post. She shares she'll share the YouTube posts also. So if you can either follow or subscribe, that'd be great to do so you'll know when I go live. But if you subscribe to the YouTube, you should get an email, or if you have to, and you got to click that bell to the right there that says receive all notifications. You should get an email in your inbox there.
J.K. Kelly in the YouTube chat room, by the way, asks, has anybody ever heard of Baby Let Me Hold Your Hand by Hoagie Lands? on the Atlantic label. I think both of us have that record. So yes, J.K. Kelly, I don't have it available right now, and I'm sure Johnny G can't pull it out that quick. And again, we've only got about 15 more minutes or so left on today's program. We gave 4 hours earlier today, and of course, tonight we've given you, it's going to be another 5-hour show by the time we finish up at 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. But let me play you a record now from 1965. Not super expensive, but about $150 I paid for this record. It's by Emmanuel Lasky on the Thelma record label out of Detroit, Michigan. It's a tune called I've Got to, in parentheses, I've Got to Run for My Life.
I'm a man in distress, 'cause I can't find no happiness. This girl's love is poison to me, and I've got to make a move if I wanna be free. This thing I'm under is no illusion. I finally came to the only conclusion. I've gotta run for my life. I've got to keep on. To my grave. For so long I've been hypnotized. It took a long time for me to realize this thing I'm under is no illusion. I finally came to the only conclusion. I've got to run for my life. I've got to keep on running. Can you hear me cry? Treating me is so David Show. Oh no, I can't stand it no more. She causes nothing but stress and strife. Now look at me, I'm running for my life. It's like I'm under no illusion. I finally came to the only conclusion. I've got to run for my life. I've got to keep on running. I'm moving west, listen for a place to rest. Hurry, which way? I've got to
That you were playing something.
What we hear there?
Do we
David?
get? Oh, you had shown me that Disciples record.
Well, I can put the Disciples.
Here we
on.
go. They were. I'm going to play. This is a record. I'll hand it to you in a second. It is on the Laurie record label, and it came out originally in November of '67 by Dean Parrish. Okay. There was like a Laurie record label official repress that came out in 74, 75. So I don't want to trick anybody. This is the official Laurie repress from 74 or 75.
Oh, so that's not the 67 release.
Not the 67 release. I'd love to have the 67 release, but this is all I could find for the time being. It's by Dean Parrish. The song is called I'm On My Way. You can hold that up and they can see the label on that particular record.
Yeah, this is the why would they it's interesting that Laurie, I know they would put stuff out on their they had like the collector series LPs. I don't know if they got into the 60s though, but evidently they reissued this record here. And they did some other things. There's a Chiffons record. I forget what it is.
With a different flip, though, isn't it? Or
with a different flip that was never released on a.
I have that record,
before, which is pretty good. So here we go.
Once again, Dean Parrish on the Laurie record label, originally from November of '67. This is off of the Laurie repress from like '74, early '75. I'm on my way.
You're here today, then you're gone tomorrow. You're buzzing round the garden like a bee around the flower, yeah. You've done it before, no, can't take it anymore.
heading for the life of the city, gonna spin around. Find me a big city woman, gonna flick this town. Baby, I'll give you everything I ever had to give, and now I'm gonna live. Here I go, I'm on my way, out of your sight. I'm on my way, you're off of my mind. I just think you still can, ain't gonna cry, what a way to die. I'm on my way to the city. Baby, I'll give you everything I ever had to give, and now I'm gonna live. Here I go, I'm on my way, out of your sight. I'm on my way, you're off of my mind. I just think you still can, ain't gonna cry, what a way to die. Baby, I'm on my way, going to the city, gonna find me a girl so sweet and so pretty. I'm on my way, going to the city, gonna find me a girl.
Dean Parrish there on that Laurie record label. I'm on my way. I guess it's appropriate that I play that particular record. Apparently, Tony Crosby digs that record. I guess it was a prior request from Tony Crosby, so I'm glad I could play that for you out of the Relics and Rarities Dave the Rave collection, because we've got about 3 more records left, Johnny.
That's right.
And
I
that
got- this is
and that
my-
means that I'm going to be on my way shortly.
That's correct, but this is my last record for the night. Well, let me talk on the mic here. This is my last record for the night, and I like this tune here. Her name is Barbara Brown. This is on the Carnival record label. This is her second release for Carnival Records. It's a song called "So in Love." Barbara Brown.
You can't take my girl away from me, mister.
You can't steal my guy away from me, sister. So in love.
2 more 45s to go here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go, January 65. Barbara Brown on the Carnival record label, So In Love
And I
is
love
the name
the
of the
record,
tune.
Johnny.
Isn't that a great record there, Dave the Rave?
I do own that record, and as the record was playing, I said to Johnny, I'm reminded about how good that record is, and I really think that one of these upcoming shows on Sirius XM, I'm going to have to play that record because it deserves getting played on multiple channels and avenues. It's such a good record there.
We can make it a hit again.
That's right. But that would be great. Wouldn't it be cool? That would be like a fantasy of mine. If we had the ability to play records and then they become like, gold selling, million selling records. But of course that's not possible.
Well, it actually was possible in the 1950s. Well, in the early 60s.
Well, of course back then.
What they would do is they'd try. I know specifically Wayne Sterling and Don Folletti would go and buy store stock of records and try to get it played on the radio, and that's how they made "Baby Oh Baby" a hit again. By the way.
Right, but in 2024,
it's different. With the
although
radio.
Cheryl Thompson out there in Duluth, Minnesota, I play records, and she tells me every week that she's buying records on in the Apple's iTunes store. But but selling 1 million copies of a record, and breaking records that all of a sudden are getting played all over the place. I mean, they're not playing this kind of music. It's pretty much relegated to internet radio and satellite radio. That's pretty much it. Anyway, because we've got 2 more records to go, and of course I've got to drive back home.
You got to do that.
I got about an hour and 30-minute drive back to central New Jersey.
No traffic.
Hopefully not at this time of the night. But so I got 2 coming home songs. The first one is by Mac Rice, the guy who originally gave us, of course, Mustang Sally.
Right.
But this is on the Lupine record label from March of 1964, and I love this particular record. By Noisy Beast says, do I have it? I do not have a Sirius XM channel, but I am the resident record geek on the Tommy James show. So I was on earlier tonight with Tommy James on Sirius XM 60s Gold, and then on the final Friday of July, I have a show called Found This Record. That'll be on Little Steven's Underground Garage, which is channel 21. 11 p.m. until midnight. And once again, my email, anybody wants to contact me about my shows, it's dave@davetherave.com. Anyway, back to Mac Rice, the guy who gave us Mustang Sally on the Lupine label for March of 1964. Baby, I'm coming home.
But baby, now I'm coming home. It ain't no Cleopatra. You never been a movie star. I'm down on my knees, begging, baby, please. I wanna be wherever you are. Hey, hey, baby, oh, baby, now. Say, yeah, 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 yeah.
Fine record that is. Mac Rice, once again on that Lupine record label from March of 1964. And Baby, I'm Coming Home. Yes, I'll be heading down the New Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway, I guess, depending on which way the GPS wants to send me. But, I really had a blast. But you know what? We'll say our goodbyes. We'll play one more I'm Coming Home record. This is one that came out in January of 67, and it's by September Jones. It's a Pied Piper production. Of course, you played a Pied Piper production a little while ago on the I'm trying to think what record it was that you played a Pied Piper production on.
I read it off the list.
It was because I have that record.
Was it one of the? It wasn't the Metros, was it? No.
Yeah, I think it was the Metros.
It was
actually.
the Metros. Okay.
Right, it was the Metros. Which, by the way, you mentioned when you played that Metros record, you played the 45 with the song that was not on the album. I forget that. I have the record also. What's the name of that record you played?
No, it was No
More Baby or something?
No More, I think it was called, yeah.
But that album is a very good album, by the way. I do have the LP as well, and if you ever get a chance to pick that up, Johnny, you would probably dig that Metros LP. But anyway, this is September Jones from January of 67, and I guess for me, it's appropriate. We had like a kind of like a twin spin here of appropriate songs from Baby I'm Coming Home, Mac Rice, to September Jones on the Cap label, and the tune is called I'm Coming Home. Coming home. Nobody waiting at home for me. I live alone basically, but I am going to be coming home. But that is September Jones. That's not a super expensive record, about a $400 record there on the Cap record label. and the tune called I'm Coming Home, September Jones from January of 1967. I got to thank Johnny G for allowing me to spend some time here with your audience, and it was great to bring people who listen to my show and who know of me to put them all together, make it one big happy family.
Well, we were supposed to do this a long time ago, really. Not so much a battle like we had, just a fun thing of playing the records that we did. And again,
I was always ready.
I know you were always ready, but I was not. I had a guest collector up here a couple times with playing gospel music, and
Bill Olb you're talking
Bill
about.
Olb,
Yeah, nice
Bill
gentleman.
Olb was here, but I have other people that I've invited up to the show to be here, guests here, and and mainly because I want to hear records that I don't have. That's the main thing. I'm going to have Bill back up here. He's going to be playing some 78s on Flexi, which I don't have, that sound phenomenal on the Audio-Technica turntable. But,
Flexi meaning
like
you could move
right. They're semi-flexi, which means they're not going to break as easy. They won't crack on the on when you know, as they would in a box or if you move them around. But Dave the Rave, thank you for coming here and for bringing your rare records here to play on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And it was I really enjoyed the show today, doing it with you.
We had a great time,
and
Johnny.
playing the records, so it was really good. I think my listeners, and hopefully your listeners, enjoyed it also. So please be sure to let us know that by emails. You can email me at vinyltreasures@aol.com.
Click like, subscribe to the Johnny G Vinyl Treasure Show. Go to Dave the Rave, Relics of Rarities on Facebook, like that page. And, we appreciate all the nice comments that we're getting in the YouTube chat room because, Johnny and I, between time and money spent, and, of course, we love the music. We love sharing it with the people. And any positive feedback is always welcome. It gives us, that much more energy and that much more, what's the word I'm looking for? That much more reason to put these shows on.
And you get the good thing about it is you can actually, it's one thing to hear. You can go to YouTube and you can see pictures of the record, but you're actually seeing the original records. You're listening to them and I really take pride in the way my turntables and my stylized sound here.
The setup is great. And, of course, when I do my Relics and Rarity show, I really haven't mentioned it too much because I'm not exactly sure, what dates I'm doing the shows on Sunday night on the topshelfoldies.org. Because, I do have a girlfriend who lives upstate New York, so sometimes I'm there on the weekend. And, of course, coming here for $5 a month, pretty enticing. But I spend a lot of time there at topshelfoldies.org, and of course things sometimes take place over there that I'm not always in agreement with, which is sadly why this show can't be simulcast right now on Top Shelf Oldies. But in any event, when I do my show, I'm playing a lot of great rare records, but I have to say, knowing that you all can see the record, I put the scans up on Facebook. But to actually see it spinning around on the turntable, it's just it's a bit cooler. That's why I'm really enjoying the fact that you, the listeners, are able to see the records that, I spent a fortune on, records that Johnny G spends a fortune on, so it was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to coming back again.
Well, you are definitely invited to come back here, so I know that is a fact. So I want to thank everybody for tuning into the program Part 1 and Part 2. It'll be available on YouTube on the archive, so if you missed any of the program, you can always go back and look at the archive. I didn't see any copyright police tonight, so I don't expect it. I will expect some of the owners of the content to say I'm not able to monetize it. That's fine with me, as long as they don't block the show. That's the only thing that I think is a disaster when they do that, and they do it when I'm live sometimes. But I think we're going to be safe with that, Dave the Rave. So
well, that's good.
Anyway, we could also still say if anybody missed any of the program, it is available on the archive. We can do that on our respective Facebook pages.
And I most definitely will be doing that.
And so I really had a blast tonight and
You just
today.
need to get a 45 shirt like me.
I should. I need to get.
You
that
got the
one. There
lamp.
go.
You got to get the shirt to match the
well,
lamp.
I got to get all
Barbara, if
t-shirts.
you're awake, he needs a
No,
shirt to
Barbara-
match the lamp.
Barbara's not awake. She's not awake. She's been long gone. You know, I'll be long gone. You know that song? Who by Marvin Gaye, right?
Yeah.
I'll be doggone. He'll
I'll
be
be
long
doggone.
gone.
Should be long
But
gone.
anyway, so I want to thank everybody for tuning into the program. Again, if you're new to the program, please consider subscribing and give me a thumbs up if you enjoyed what you heard. And maybe you can even leave a comment. It's always good to leave a comment, too. It actually, what it does is it expands the show and it recommends it to other people. So there were a lot of people tonight that came in because YouTube has an algorithm that will share the show as a recommendation. So if you go and listen to soul music and you listen to my show, it may show up on that other person's other
Recommended
person's
show.
recommended shows to do. Like if you watch the Three Stooges or something, you'll see them all and all this stuff about them. So that's a very important thing. So again, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Dave the Rave, my best friend here, to bring those records and take the time to come here to do that. Much appreciated.
And thanks again, Mama G, for a great dinner tonight.
So she's still up watching
Is
the
she
show, by
really?
the way. She's downstairs watching the show. I bet I'm going to tell you right now because I smell the coffee brewing. You got to take a cup of
Oh,
coffee
my God.
before you leave. But anyway, Ma will be down in 1 minute. So thank you all for being here. We're going to sign off now for tonight. Again, thank you all, and please continue to enjoy the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say, everybody, so long.